and welcome to the Undergraduate Education Advisory Committee. My name is Ann Kennemer. I am one of the co-chairs of the committee, and I am joined by my colleague, Brett.
Brett Millan. I'm also one of the co-chairs here for the UEAC. I represent the community colleges.
As we get going, those of you who have experience on the committee know there's a number of housekeeping items. Those of you who are joining us perhaps for the first time, there are a lot of housekeeping items that we talk about as we get going with these meetings. First of all, you will find in front of you a microphone. We do have people who join us via web broadcast, and they're not able to hear you unless you use the microphone. And so when you speak or join the conversation, if you would please press the button. It should light up red to indicate that it's on. We are being recorded also, so just kind of keep that in mind as you say things, and you might want to turn the microphone off when you are done making a statement. There are restrooms and vending machines out in the hallway that runs between the front and back of the building. If for some reason we need to evacuate the space, there's a fire alarm or something along those lines, the central hallway will take you either to the front or immediately to the back, and so it should be easy to exit the building. Let's see. Those of you who RSVP'd for lunch probably found that you had an envelope at your place when you came in. If you would please put payment for your lunch in the envelope. If you have exact change for the $10 fee, that's always appreciated. Unfortunately today I did not. Christina, wave Christina, will be coming through to pick those up.
And Christina is brand new to the Corn Board, so we welcome her too.
Christina, would it be easier for you if we pass them to the end, or would you rather them stay with the... Okay, sounds great. Just a reminder, only those people who are here as identified voting members should vote on any actions that are taken by the committee. And finally, since we do have a number of new faces with us today, I think it might be good for us to do introductions. I'll give you a little bit more information about myself. I am the Associate Provost for Undergraduate Studies and a professor in the Department of Biological and Agricultural Engineering at Texas A&M University in College Station. Brett?
I'm Brett Millan. I'm a professor of English. I'm also adjunct professor of Anthropology and Humanities at South Texas College.
My name is Ed Byerly. I'm a professor of history and geography at Victoria College.
I am Jana Chansey. I'm the Dean of Enrollment Management at Tyler Junior College.
I'm Emily Wilson. I'm the Associate Vice President for Academic Affairs for Texas A&M Health Science Center and a professor in medical physiology in the College of Medicine.
I'm Reginald Bell. I'm professor of management and business communication at Prairie View A&M University.
I'm Beth Garcia. I am an assistant professor at West Texas A&M in the Department of Education.
I'm Steve Daniel. I am Associate Provost for Academic Affairs at Texas Wesleyan University in Fort Worth.
I'm Sheila Pineras. I'm the Vice President for Academic Affairs and the Dean of Faculty at Austin College in Sherman, Texas, and I'm an economist by training.
Esther Rumsey. I'm a professor of communication and chair of the Department of Fine Arts and Communication at Sul Ross State University in Alpine.
My name is Melissa Armitar, and as of 10 days ago, I am the Interim Vice President for Student and Academic Success at Lamar Institute of Technology.
I'm Nancy Martin, Associate Vice Provost for Core Curriculum and QEP, University of Texas at San Antonio.
I'm Sarah Maxwell, and I'm the Associate Dean for Undergraduate Education at the University of Texas at Dallas, and also Associate Professor for Public and Nonprofit Management.
I'm Melinda Valdez. I'm a program director with the Academic Quality and Workforce Division, and I work with Dr. Cornelius. Welcome, everybody.
I'm Reinhold Cornelius. I'm Assistant Director with the Division of Academic Quality and Workforce.
And our colleagues on the front row here.
My name is Janet Turillo. I'm the Associate Provost for Academic Affairs at Stephen F. Austin State University, and I've held my position for 22 days.
I'm Julie Penley. I'm the Associate Vice President of Instruction and Student Success at El Paso Community College.
I'm Rick Miller. I'm Chair and Professor of the Department of Psychology, Sociology, Criminology, and Anthropology at Texas A&M Kingsville.
I'm Bubba Adams, Vice President of Instruction at Ranger College.
My name is Sonia Flores. I'm a student at the University of Texas of the Permian Basin, and I'm the student representative for UAC. Thank you for having me.
Good morning. My name is Norma Perez, and I am the Associate Vice Chancellor for Curriculum and Learning Initiatives for Houston Community College, and I'm here representing Dr. Kimberly Beatty, who is the Vice Chancellor for Instructional Services.
And we have a few visitors who are with us and other staff members. If you would please stand and let us know who you are.
I'm Melissa Humphreys. I work in research.
I'm a program director with academic.
I'm an assistant director. Larry Abram, I'm associate.
With that, I'll turn it over to Brett.
Okay. We're now on item 2, the consideration of summary notes from the April 22nd, 2016 meeting. You'll see the minutes there. And I know we have a lot of new members. Hopefully you've had time to glance over them, at least to be able to see whether there are any questions, or those of you who were here, any comments or corrections.
I'd move that we accept the summary notes.
We have a motion moved. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Okay. We have a second. All those in favor of accepting them, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Okay. The summary notes have been approved, and now we move to item 3.
So agenda item 3 is an update on the coordinating board's AP examination study. And let's see, Melissa and Doug, I believe that you are here with us to make that presentation.
So, do I have control over it? Okay. All right. Good morning. Melissa and I wanted to give you an update on work that has been done on advanced placement policies and outcomes in response to House Bill 1992. There we go. In 2015, the 84th legislature passed House Bill 1992. The statute instructs institutions of higher education, as they establish the minimum score required for the award of course credit on an AP exam, not to require a score of more than 3 unless the institution's chief academic officer determines, and I highlighted based on evidence, that a higher score on the examination is necessary to indicate that a student is sufficiently prepared to be successful in a related, more advanced course for which the lower division course is a prerequisite. Okay, the statute made these changes effective beginning this fall 2016. House Bill 1992 directs the coordinating board to conduct a study that compares the academic performance of students who complete a lower division course at an institution to students who have received credit for that course based on a score of 3 or more on an AP exam, and they ask us to disaggregate that by test score. This January, the coordinating board is required to submit a progress report that examines the academic performance of students who received undergraduate course credit for a score of 3 on AP exams and to make any recommendations for legislative or administrative action. So the update today presents an overview of findings reported in the progress report, and I hope it will give us an opportunity to solicit input from UEAC as we proceed with the study, which will be submitted in the final report in 2019. All right. The AP study required by statute will examine and compare 2 cohorts of first-time in-college students who attended Texas public institutions of higher education for academic years 13-14 and 16-17. To that end, in March 2016, institutions were asked to provide student-level course information for any course credit awarded based on AP exam scores for students who were FTIC in 13-14. A second request for similar data will be made for students who are enrolling in 16-17. Data from these 2 requests will be used to make comparisons and analysis required by the statute. As we received institutional data from the first request, the one made in March, we noticed that while institutions kept credit for data awarded, they didn't always record the exam title or the score of a student's individual AP examination. We're working with the College Board to provide AP exam data for students who are identified in coordinating board records as FTIC during 13-14. And we will ask the College Board for similar information for that FTIC 16-17 cohort as well. This College Board data will be matched to student-level course data provided to the coordinating board by institutions and to other institutional data already reported to the coordinating board. So things that get pulled off CBM forms and things like that. This will allow the staff to perform the required comparisons and allow the results to be disaggregated by test score, 3, 4s, and 5s. In separate requests for information, institutions were asked to provide 2 crosswalks, or explanations of their policies for awarding course credit for achievement on the AP exams. In December 15, we requested the institutional crosswalk for 2013. And in April, we requested the updated one that's going to take into account the statute. So the changes that institutions might have made as a result of House Bill 1992 should have been reported in that second crosswalk. As part of the second request in April, chief academic officers at each institution were required to sign a statement attesting that their institution was in compliance with statute. That is, if their institution was requiring a score of 4 or 5 to award credit, they had evidence-based data to support that decision. Okay? All right, some initial findings. The survey of the 2013 crosswalks show that in that year, 31 community and technical colleges out of 54 and 5 universities out of 35 accepted a score of 3 on all AP examinations for which credit could be awarded. Okay? In 2016, these numbers increased. The number of community and technical colleges accepting a 3 on all AP exams grew from 31 to 44, again out of 54. The number of universities accepting a 3 on all AP exams grew from 5 to 19. And all but 2 institutions had submitted statements of compliance signed by their CAO, certifying that the institutions were in compliance with the statute. The initial request for student-level course data for FTIC 2013 indicates that 17,896 students at 4-year institutions claimed credit for 67,906 courses. 2,759 students at two-year institutions claimed course credit for 5,844 courses. In total, that means 20,745 students claimed and were awarded credit for 73,750 courses. To put that in perspective, the median number of courses awarded per student for students who claimed credit at four-year institutions was 3 courses a student. At community colleges, technical colleges, it was 2 courses a student. And most of those are 3-hour courses, not all, but most are 3, so that's roughly 9 semester credit hours and 6 semester credit hours each. For comparison, just to kind of put it in context, institutional reporting indicates that the 2013 cohort of FTIC students was 189,043 students at two-year institutions and 100,444 enrolling in four-year institutions. Okay. Statewide, the 10 subject areas that experienced the greatest awarding of course credit were, in order, English, history, Spanish, math, which we include statistics in there, physics, government, chemistry, biology, economics, and psychology. Preliminary data on student persistence for 16,874 FTIC students who were awarded course credit and could be matched to existing coordinating board records indicate that there is less than 1 percentage point difference in the rates of persistence between students who claimed AP course credit and all FTIC students at public universities. Okay. 87% for AP students, 87.1% for everybody. And the second-year persistence rate was 81.2% for those with AP credit and 80.7% for all students. So those are very, very close. The persistence rate for students at community colleges was higher for those who claimed AP credit than it was for all students in the FTIC cohort. First-year persistence rate was 75.1% for those with AP credit, 65.5% for all students. This difference narrowed in the second-year persistence rate. 52.3% of students who claimed AP credit persisted, compared to 53% for all students. And as we go forward, we'll be able to do a little bit more in-depth analysis for the 2019 report. I want to emphasize that these are only preliminary findings. The 2019 study will present a more detailed analysis and a breakdown of student performance measures. It will incorporate additional institutional data from the 16-17 cohort. It'll match student data against College Board test data, and it will allow for comparisons to be disaggregated by score, so that we'll know how the 3s, the 4s, and the 5s each did in their separate groups. Okay, finally, as was mentioned earlier, statute instructs the coordinating board to offer suggestions or recommendations as part of the progress report currently submitted. A recommendation is being forwarded to the cause committee, and depending on what happens there, perhaps to the board, for consideration. And here is the recommendation up on the screen. Upon awarding course credit for an AP exam, Texas public institutions of higher education should document the AP exam subject title and score corresponding to each course for which credit is awarded. Okay. This recommendation is being made because we requested student-level course information. We found out that many institutions don't retain that information. As statute requires institutions to support scores higher than a 3 with evidence-based data, it may not only be helpful, but indeed might be necessary to collect and retain this information. So that ends the presentation. I'm open to any questions or comments or insights you might have as we move forward. Yeah, Steve.
Yeah, thanks. Yes, for people not in the room, Steve Daniel at Texas Wesleyan. Is persistence the main evidence that you guys are using for the 3, 4, 5 whenever you disaggregate those out? In other words, the number of students who receive the credit as 3s continuing on to their sophomore year and junior year, Or is there something related to a subject-specific course in which they would be going, like into sophomore literature if they're APing out of composition, that kind of thing?
Right.
How's that working?
As we move forward with the study and the final report, it will be disaggregated by course where where we have enough data for that. So say Calculus 1 and Calculus 2 or something like that. That's the one that springs to mind. Otherwise, it may be by subject area. So it would be biology or chemistry or history, something like that, for all later courses, okay? And it will be, the success measures will not just be persistence, it'll be performance and everything else. Yeah, Richard.
Let me just see if I understand that. So I would think the best measure for AP is how they do in the next sequence, right? The course in the next sequence. And is that what you're going to get at in the next study?
Right.
Super.
Right, and that's what we're required to do by statute, yeah.
And are we collecting any data as to how people are doing in dual credit courses in the next sequence?
That separately is done here. We do collect data on
We
that,
have
but
data
for
on that.
this legislative study,
Well, I
we're only
understand,
focusing
but
on
we are
AP.
collecting data on that as well. So
Well, in our regular data collection,
Uh-huh.
schools indicate whether a student is enrolled as a dual credit student. So that is often looked at on its own as a dual credit study. But this is separate because we have never collected AP information before at our agency. So this is why it's a separate data collection, whereas dual credit, we already get information about.
do we get let me just see if I understand.
Sure.
Are you getting information then on how well a dual credit, let's say they take the introductory math course, how well they do in the next math course? Because it seems to me that's the important thing.
Right, I don't think that's been done yet, but there's a lot going on right now with regard to dual credit research, so.
Okay, thanks.
If I may interject just to answer one thing, Jen. It has been done at certain institutions, at certain institutional levels, because it's been requested by whether it's the Texas Association of Community Colleges. So we know some of those studies have been done and shown, tracking students from the community college level, well, from high school to community college all the way into their transferring four-year university. But I don't know whether the coordinating board has yet, but we did receive a presentation last year on the status of dual credit in Texas here at the board, and so that is something, they're looking at a lot of different issues, within that.
That was also my question. The persistence rate in the second year, is that just from the granting institution? Because my thought is, and my colleague Stephen F. is there, if they have AP, they may have graduated or finished earlier than the second year for us and transferred directly to the university. So I would like to know if the persistence rates are tracked.
Actually, I had a very similar question, and I was wondering whether you were doing a breakout in your persistence to indicate students who left college entirely versus those who may have matriculated onto perhaps a four-year school from a CTC.
Currently, the persistence rate that we provide does include transfer if it's within Texas. But for the 2019 study, we'll have much more data and we'll be able to follow students longer because for exactly the reason you're saying, AP students are a select group. So they may actually be graduating earlier. And one of the things that the statute asks us to do is look at performance in courses, persistence, and graduation.
Reginald Bell for people who are not here. One of the things that I want to suggest, it's not really a question, but I review a lot of papers for academic journals. Seems like the gender variable, if it's omitted, it'd be a very serious variable because looking at the charts coming in, it seems that by the time males and females get to senior year and graduation, women are about double in terms of the graduation rates of males. And if you don't control for that at each of the respective grade levels, it could invalidate a lot of your results. So I would caution that over a longitudinal study that you incorporate methodologies to control for the gender variable.
Yes, that's a very good point. And one thing that we will be able to do in the 2019 study is do better matching of comparing students who look very similar. So right now, all we could do for the progress report was just sort of compare AP students to the general population. But once we get College Board data and we link that to our data, we'll be able to control on things like
Yeah, just to be
gender
clear,
and
I'm
also
talking-
prior performance.
Just to be clear, I'm talking about experimental controls.
Sure.
Where one of the biggest threats to an experimental study is attrition of subjects. And if you're going to do adequate controls, I think you could control for the attrition based on the
Sure.
2 levels of gender.
Good suggestion. Thank you.
I have one more question. This is more of a curiosity question. I know this study was done because of the legislature for advanced placement, but as there are other tests such as CLEP and things that can do that, I know that many institutions have raised, CLEP scores, just like what this was done, for certain areas such as Spanish or those. Have you seen any change in that, just anecdotally, that because you're looking at advanced placement, they're also scaling back any higher scores that they may have done on the other tests?
Yeah, we haven't heard anything from like IB or CLEP or any of that. So this is focused primarily on advanced placement. Yeah.
Julie had a question, and then we'll get to Reginald.
Thank
Okay?
you. This is actually more of a legislative question, so maybe Brett or Ann can help me interpret this. Is this bill saying, it's not saying that institutions have to accept AP, they're just saying if the institution accepts AP, it has to be at a 3 unless they can justify. Is that correct?
That was certainly our interpretation of this
Okay.
at Texas A&M University. We did a study and found, by and large, that we did not have compelling evidence for requiring a score greater than 3
Right.
on exams, but in some cases, the students might say students who got a 3 on a calculus AP exam are getting credit for business calculus as opposed to the calculus that we use for our engineering and STEM programs.
Just to clarify, so if our institution doesn't accept AP blah credit, is this bill saying that we need to accept all AP scores of 3, regardless of the test? So if we don't traditionally accept, for example, AP history, is this bill saying we now have to accept AP history?
I'm going to turn that over to our colleagues.
So our understanding, as we have looked at this, is that it is for those exams for which you do accept credit. Okay, because it's amending an existing statute, which allows the institutions to set the minimum scores for the tests. Okay, so yeah, that would be, at this point, our best answer to your question. Yeah.
Reginald?
I've worked in bureaucracies for a long time, and this question may sound kind of silly, but I think it's an important question. Is there any way that you can verify that students who qualify for the advanced placement are credited with exam credit without having taken the exam?
We won't know
Cases where
anything
a
if they
student is
didn't take
deemed-
the exam.
Say they had high school work that was equivalent, but not exactly college level work, but if a university deemed the work to be worthy of an exam placement, can a student get a baseline score on an exam without actually having taken the exam?
I think we have individuals here who are engaged in admissions at their institutions. Could we get a response from you on that?
It's not a score from the high school that administered the class. It is an AP exam score that we get straight from College Board. Even if a student took a CLEP, they use our testing site, but we get the scores from CLEP exam. Sorry, it's nothing, we don't take anything off a high school transcript.
Yes, and the data we'll be using, we're going to get data from the College Board, and it will be the exam score. It's not going to be whether they took the course, it'll be the exam score.
Other general comments or questions regarding the AP study? Before we wrap up this agenda topic, I'd like to bring your attention back to the proposed recommendation. Could you bring that up on the slide deck? Basically, there's a recommendation here that the institutions document the specific exam title and the accompanying score. And I just wanted to make certain that we had an opportunity for the institutions to provide some feedback on that, especially if this is something that you're not already doing. Thoughts from any of you? Just a suggestion from Jana is to find out who is recording this information. Just
Yeah, this is a question I would have to ask. Having looked at transcripts, most of the time what I'm looking at, it just says advanced standing examination, and that's it.
Having IT report to me is very useful sometimes. This may be a better question for IT departments to determine if this feature comes delivered with the various student information systems you use, or if it's going to be a modification to your system and how the data comes, because I know AP scores come through electronic flat files, and so you're going to need to know if they upload into your system and how they upload into your system. So I think it's probably a much more complex IT question than it is that, yes, we probably all like to see the data.
I do actually have a question about, because of the wording, is the recommendation to document it on the student's transcript or just on the school's records?
So the recommendation is not to officially put it on the transcript, but to maintain it for the school's records. So that, again, so that you have that information should you need evidence-based data, right? Or should we have to request it again at some point in the future?
So my question then is you said that, upon awarding course credit, we will document this and presumably report it to you. Have the universities all been notified that they need to be documenting this so that they can submit a report?
So we're asking you to retain it, not necessarily report it to us. So what we're asking you to do is just keep track of the score and the subject title of the exams.
Okay.
So there's no reporting requirement as part of the recommendation.
Have the universities been notified of that request, and if so, how?
No, because at this point it's still just a proposed recommendation that's going to the board. So they're going to have to consider it and discuss it themselves.
Okay.
So this is just part of the progress report that we're putting
So
out.
this is something that we can go home and say, hey, this might be something to start looking at because we're probably going to get this request.
Depending on how the board considers it and discusses it, right?
And when will you be making this recommendation to the board?
The cause meeting is next week.
Okay.
I'm curious about the language in the recommendation. I'm wondering if you considered a little stronger language in terms of a must statement rather than a should statement.
We could. This recommendation will be going to, as part of the progress report, to the legislature.
It just seems to me that this is something that is really
may be something
important, and to give an out, which is effectively what a should statement does, you might consider putting that in the form of a must statement, in my opinion.
Must or maybe shall?
Right,
Yeah.
exactly, yes, shall would be good.
I have another question.
Mm-hmm.
Is the recommendation accompanied by sort of like a cardinal rules list or a guidepost? Because this is kind of broad as written, and you could get a basket of goodies. It's sort of like if you ask, okay, bring your best biscuit recipe to the fair. How many recipes do you suppose you'll get? I suppose you'll get as many as you get people with biscuits. In order to code the data, I think that there should be some parameters around the data that's collected. If not, it's going to be hodgepodge. Is that something that you guys would consider along with your recommendation?
Go ahead, Jen.
I don't know who is on Banner, the system Banner, but we're recording so many scores now with TSI, SAT, ACT. So I was trying to text my recording person that we could build it possibly in that, we're talking about IT, if we could build something in that SOA test screen, just record the score, subject, and 3, 4, or 5. That may be the best thing I'm thinking in my head we can do, but there is no CBM report I'm aware of that's going to collect this data.
No.
So that would be also how you're going to collect it from us.
Well, as Doug mentioned, we're only collecting at this point for the purposes of this study. There's no plan to start putting it on the CBM or anything, and I think that's why it's broad as to this point, because the main thought was that if institutions are required to show some sort of evidence, then they need to be able to have the evidence to do.
But I want to jump in and springboard off of what Janet has proposed. In the basic statistics courses, they teach you about garbage in, garbage out. And you could have a study that you believe to be very robust, but if you collect the wrong type of data or the hypotheses that are proposed, it's going to be very problematical to justify the validity of the results. So as you collect data, you need to code the data a priori to the data collection. So in my experience, it's always best to think about what are we looking for, what type of research questions are we entertaining, and then once that question is asked, you begin to say, okay, oh, here's the kind of data that we need. So if you're collecting data with the proposition of eventually writing a report of credibility and validity, you have to consider the types of data, and therefore you have to build parameters around the data that you collect. And therefore, I'm suggesting a guidepost to accompany whatever recommendation that you make.
Let me see if I can sort of summarize some of the things we've been talking about with regarding this proposed recommendation. I guess initially it sounds as this perhaps is not the most informed group from whom to get feedback on this particular topic, and that there, particularly should the recommendation be adopted by the board, there may be benefit in interfacing with institutional IT or admissions or registrar offices, the people who specifically handle this information, to determine what really needs to be extracted from data that are being recorded, to see if there should be some sort of common format for reporting of the information, to get a better sense of who is and who is not collecting this information, just so that you wind up gathering a data set that is meaningful and useful. I'm seeing nods around the room. Does anybody want to add anything to that, or does that kind of encapsulate our discussion? I don't know that we specifically need to take action on this. Do we need a vote on a suggestion?
This wasn't a consideration item.
Okay.
But you can state what you think in that.
I think as long as you've captured that in the minutes, that probably will be sufficient. Unless there are other thoughts about this agenda item, I suggest that we move on to our next agenda item on the core curriculum. Brett, I'll turn it over to you.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep. Let Dr. Cornelius and Melinda get settled back. This is an item that we've been discussing for several meetings, also because the revision of the core curriculum actually started with the UEAC itself. So this is something that we keep abreast of as we assess the change in the core curriculum as well. So item 4 is the discussion and consideration of the 2014 Texas Core Curriculum, assessment reports, and course review, and I'll let Dr. Cornelius lead us in that discussion.
Yeah, thank you. So this is as you said, this is a continuation from the last meeting where we looked at the first time really how did the core work after the implementation of the new core, and we had some data from Kathleen Fenton too, which we posted on the website about distribution of courses and so on. So two things are really the issue here now. One is the assessment of the core, which is in rules, and the second one is the courses in the core. And so I would like to start with the assessment because that's part of the statute, and then it's spelled out how the assessment should be done in the coding board's rules. And the first thing to mention here is, of course, that the assessment is done by each institution on a 10-year cycle, or the report of the assessment is done on a 10-year cycle, I should say, because the assessment is done throughout the 10 years, but the report is then sent to the coding board, and that is done on the schedule of the institution's report to SACS COC, so that they go hand in hand. And so we had, over the last year, the first 5 reports sent to us, and we are learning from that ourselves, and we are getting ready to respond to the institution, to acknowledge and respond, hopefully with some value to the institution about the assessment. And what I've found is that it's, well, first to say this assessment is really, really important for the success of the core curriculum, because we implemented all these requirements for the core, and in order to, over the long term, have a successful increase in success of our students, we should look how is it doing, and if it's not doing very well, we should work on it again. But it is probably, especially at this point, more important to see how is it improving, instead of saying, well, the assessment shows you this is the result. Because what the assessment shows, we find looking at these 5 reports, it's most likely a very complicated picture. But what we look in our assessment then, and that's what is spelled out, is how well is the feedback loop, and how well is the assessment doing to improve the core at each institution. Because if you have that feedback loop implemented nicely, you will get better results. With that, so the question here is, how do we proceed with the assessments? And so we are getting ready to respond to the institutions, and basically we want to look at, so basically we look at, on page 1 of the materials, the items which are specified in the rules. That is the assessment of the core objectives, and the evaluation of the assessment process itself. And so we are looking at that quite systematically, hopefully, and to see if that is done so it meets fully the expectations of a well assessment, or if it meets satisfactorily, or if there is some need to improvement for the assessment. And with that, we then, and the institution can go forward. And so if an assessment meets fully the expectation, it would adhere to expectation, exceeds minimum standards, it would be utilizing innovative, promising and high-level techniques. And if an assessment is satisfactorily in meeting the expectations, it will address all the core objectives and uses proper staff, resources, methods, and approaches for it. And if an assessment would need improvement, then it would not assess adequately all core objectives or employ approaches that are not necessarily aligned with the outcomes or require some revision and redirection of the assessment process. So that's how we plan to go forward with that, and your chief academic officers will shortly also receive a memo reminding them that they have to prepare this report for us every 10 years, and so that we will receive these reports. One more thing I want to add is that I sometimes get phone calls because at the beginning of the process in 2014, we asked every institution to come up with an assessment plan. And every institution did this, and we looked at this, and then the question is, now if we change our plan going forward because we are learning how to do it, do we have to tell you that? And the answer is no, we don't need an update of your plan, because how you change your assessment will be in your report when the report comes. So then it's the time to tell us how you did it, and so we don't need an update for your plan. You all have a plan, and the plan means you may change it. So that is the first part of this, and if you have any questions or input for this, please let me know.
I have a question. In changing the plan, would it be just the courses, but the number of hours still has to stay the same?
Yeah, it's not we are not talking about the change to the core curriculum. It's how an institution is doing the assessment. Okay. And there are many different ways an institution can do that. Often it involves a rotating assessment of objectives, because there are 6 core objectives and they're not done every year, and so maybe on a 2-year cycle. Or how are the artifacts collected, who is responsible for that, who is looking at that, and how, and those things institutions may find that they set out to do something, but it may not be practical or may not give them the results of the data they seek, so they may adjust to that. And that would be the change to the plan.
Okay.
But when the report is written, that would then be spelled out. And we see that already with the first, in what we got in the first year, that there are changes in the works. And so that's part of the process.
Thank you.
I have a quick question. A minute ago, Reinhold, you were talking about the evaluation of the assessment process, and I believe the things that you're looking for. Where is that information published? What were you reading from?
So if you go to the Texas Core Curriculum website, there's a link on it, Assessment Guidelines, I think it's called.
Oh, okay.
And it opens a new page, and that's basically what I printed in your materials. And the bullets for the report, what the report will contain, that's pretty much straightforward taking out of the rules from the Coin Board.
Right. Okay.
So those are the items we will look for that they're addressed in the report.
Right, but I'm sorry, what link, where on the website is this?
So if you go to the Coin Board's main website and you say /TX Core Curriculum.
On the Core Curriculum website, yeah.
Then you get to the Core Curriculum website. And we can show. And then you find, why don't you pull it up? And then you find this page.
Right. The website is difficult to navigate.
Well, that's why I'm saying go to the, Melinda will show us, we go to the main website.
And my question was, is that link is not in these materials?
Actually,
Or is it?
On the first page for item 4, I have the website. So that's www.thgcb State TX Texas Core Curriculum.
Okay.
Okay, the first link, that, yeah, there are so many items on the website, it's hard to navigate.
Right.
So you can type this in to your URL line at the browser, at the top in Internet Explorer or wherever you go. Well, so Melinda navigates to it. You can go to the Academic Quality and Workforce website, and then you have the link right there, Texas Core Curriculum.
Right.
But you can type in, so the first part of the website and the materials is our main page for the coining board, and you just type in /TX Core Curriculum, and you are there.
So the information that you were reading a minute ago about assessing the assessment, is that in the application guide?
No, so this page, which I printed on page 1 in your material.
Yes.
That's pretty much what's on the web page.
Okay. Right.
And we haven't expanded on that. Then you may refer to what we look at, whether something fully meets or not. So I don't print this out because that may change too. We look at that.
Okay, so that's not published anywhere?
No, because it's not, it's how we respond to what you sent us.
Okay.
I'm just informing you that right now, looking at the first 5 reports, we think about that approach to very systematically look at these bullets, and from that, if something is missing, if core objectives are not addressed or something, then we say it needs improvement.
Right. My question is more about the Roman numeral 2.
Well, there are no further instructions to that.
Okay. Okay.
It's up to the institution to look at the strengths and weaknesses and report on that and come up with actions. We won't tell you should do this because you're the experts in assessing.
But there's, in terms of okay, there's no greater detail that what you're looking for than
the whole thing is it's really very open to your way of doing business, because even how you collect artifacts and what kind of indirect and direct measures you use and how you do that, that's all up to the institutions. We are just going to look if you did it and how it worked,
One of the concerns we had that I was getting from my faculty this semester when we were getting ready to do the assessment is typically a student is enrolled in 2 or 3 core curriculum classes at the same time. And so when we're doing our assessment, it's, the same student is filling out the various assessment forms 2 or 3 times during the semester on the standard one that they're using across. Is the concern of the coordinating board how will the student overall achieve, say, personal responsibility, more than what does being in a creative art class or a art appreciation class contribute to their development of personal responsibility?
Yeah, so the assessment of the core is done across the entire core, and it assesses the core objective, but not the courses by itself. Now, your institution may have an interest to do some of that, but the purpose for the core is how well does the core overall do? And so if an institution were to test every student in every course, they would find that they're overwhelmed, I would think. Yeah. So.
Yeah, I mean, that's actually what we're doing, is testing every student, every course.
Yeah.
So some of the students are getting hit like 3 times
with a survey?
In one semester, because they're in 3 core courses. But basically, we don't have to worry about breaking out and saying, these are the areas, the component areas that are best contributing to this particular core objective. It's just we need to demonstrate that our students are reaching those core objectives by the time they're done with their core.
So it's focusing on the core objectives. Now, there may be a strategy that you go to certain foundation component areas to test that, or to sample that, because every component area addresses core objectives differently. So you may not want to go to where do you test empiric quantitative skills? You may want to do it in social behavioral sciences, but not in history classes, because they don't stress that. But that's part of the strategy the institution comes up with, or the assessment people. Yeah, it's at the same time with the Sachs report. There was confusion at some point because at the beginning of when this was developed, there was an idea to submit it earlier, but we went away from that. Dr. Peebles felt that we have to do it at the same time. So it goes hand in hand.
Reinhold, we have other pages in here that you've included for course review, things that we have been discussing in the past as well. So do you want to?
Yeah, so that would be the second part of this, and there the how-to is even more important. So the question here again is, how do we go forward, how we do it, and how does the Core Board do it? And we want to inform you what we thinking about it right now, and you. So what we found is, where are my notes? So when we looked at it last meeting, there's a great variability, how many courses are in the core for each institution. Some have fewer, some have a lot. The average was about 90 courses per institution, but it was also found that there's some kind of uniformity, because I remember that 16 courses were at 75 institutions. So, and that is really the purpose, in a way, of the core to facilitate transfer of students between institutions. So what they take, the kind of courses they take at one institution must be transferred to another institution. So the type of courses we have in the core should be similar at all institutions. Otherwise, it wouldn't work. Looking at that data after the first 2 years, we found that there are certain courses which we approved and probably shouldn't have approved in the first place, and haven't generally approved. And that comes from the fact that we look at every course individually and not go just by course generally, but we didn't really quite look at the beginning, at least, at the academic course guide manual and the purpose for a course which is outlined there. So that's something I had to learn in these years, that the ACGM, through learning outcomes and intent of the committee, has certain purposes for courses And so we find what we now term the skills development courses in the ACGM. And they're meant to make a student better at something. For example, make a student better to play the piano. And so that is the purpose of the course, and it's perfectly legitimate in the lower division and to be taught, and has its purpose in a degree program, etc. But that purpose is not really aligned with any of the definitions of the foundational component areas. So now we are switching here from looking at core objectives, which are critical thinking and communication and responsibility and so on. We are switching to the definitions of the foundational component areas, which set out what kind of thing a student should learn, and that is the purpose of the course to learn the foundational academic knowledge, which is important to all further learning throughout life. And each of the foundational component area has its own definition. And so we don't find the definition of becoming better at something in any of those definitions. So there is there are courses whose purpose is not part of the purpose of the core, if I may say so. And so before we go what we do about it, so I made a list looking at that, and it seems maybe long. It's 3 pages of courses, and they come in different areas: music, business, writing, languages, and art courses, theater courses, dance courses. And so I found that there are about 40 courses which we think the ACGM describes for these skills development, how to become better at something. And there are about 160 instances, let's say, of those courses in the core. And that, or you can say 215, depending how you count it, because the language courses always come in a pair. So the beginning language is 1 and 2, and most institutions have both. So if you count that as 1 or 2. So the instances are actually not that high if you remember that there are about 1,000 courses in the Texas core curriculum for all institutions. And so about exactly 49 institutions have some of those courses. And I also took this list I got from the database and split it up by institution. And so then I found that if you look at that 2/3 of the institutions, almost 2/3 of the institutions have 3 or less of these courses in their core. So it's a relative small number per institution. There are a couple institutions who have 10 or 20 of those courses. But that's typically because they have a whole sequence. You know, if you have language courses, if they offer all sorts of languages, then the number goes up. Looking at that, to recapitulate, there are certain courses, and we can look at them in detail, and I also printed out the ACGM definitions for those courses. I didn't print out the learning outcomes, if there are some, but to get an idea why these courses are increasing the skill of a student in a certain area and not an academic underlying background that is needed for all further learning independent of major. what to do about this? So because there are only 50 institutions who have these, it's very inequitable between the institutions. And if only a handful of institutions have this course, it's really not, it doesn't work for transfer students and so on, that they take this course at one institution and not at the others. So the question is how to go forward with this. So the first idea was to look at the courses at an institution, review the courses that are approved when the assessment report comes in. And that's very convenient because we look at an institution and then we can also look at the core. And for the 5 examples, we did this, and sometimes you find other little mistakes or corrections which may be needed, and that a flag is not set correctly in the component area option, or I found some titles which were misaligned between courses, so that's something the institution can easily fix. And some other issues with prerequisites and so on, which we didn't catch when we did the approval of all the courses. So we can look at that at each institution when the assessment report comes in, and then tell the institution with our reply, we found these courses we want to relook, and then we would include, relook at, and then we would include the skills courses, and the institution can look at it, and then we would redo the approved list of courses the next review cycle. So if a course was approved, then we tell the institution, we found these courses, we want to re-look at them and respawn an info sheet, and then the next academic year it would take effect, so it wouldn't be immediate. So we want to, in our how to proceed, and have a mechanism to tell the institution what we found and how to do that in a timely manner for them to adjust. That is fine, I think, but if we wait 10 years, because the whole assessment process takes at least 10 years, then some of this is ingrained at some very few institutions, and that is not fair in a way either. So that's why we looked at it and thought, well, we should do something right away about these skills courses because it is an issue. So, but we would do it in the same way. We would inform the institution we found these courses, and these are the courses you have, and we want to re-look at that at the next review cycle, and then make a decision for the following academic year. So it would proceed in the same way, only we wouldn't wait for 10 years because that would be incoherent for the whole core.
Question, is the problem too much abundancy of the skills courses for the TCC?
Well, I don't think they're so abundant in there, but they're in there. And so, you know, there are 160 to 200 instances. So I think that's a big enough issue for students between institutions and between institutions that we should address it.
Well, I have a little bit of consternation about being too hasty. What we teach kids in management is that as you migrate up the hierarchy in your career, that the types of skills that are required differ. So frontline managers require a lot of technical skills. Middle managers require human skills. Top managers require conceptual skills. So just because it's a skill does not necessarily mean that all skills are the same skills. Have you looked to determine if there's a dichotomy of these skills that the academicians at the respective institutions had considered while considering these TCC courses?
Yes, there are skills in all courses. So the term is a little bit difficult to use, but we don't have a better term. So, and there are core objectives in all courses. It doesn't mean that in these courses you don't learn critical thinking or communication, or you don't learn something else. That's not the issue, and it doesn't mean that you don't have skills or you do have skills. But the different type, the type of skill is different. So the type of skill for the core curriculum, as it was conceptualized, is the skills you need for all further learning, academic learning. The skills development courses teach a skill to be better at something in your profession and your field. So they're perfectly fine. If you're a music major, you have to take a music course and a piano course or a guitar course, whatever it is you're majoring in. That is necessary, but it's not necessary to for the academic learning.
Well, let me clarify with a more concrete example. I took a keyboarding course, and when I took it, it was called, you could differentiate at the time between the Dvorak keyboard and the QWERTY keyboard. The QWERTY keyboard is the most preferred, standardized, but I didn't practice the skill enough to learn how to do 65, 70 words a minute with an error margin of 0. Had I learned that, I'd have many more papers and probably more than one book, right? That's a skill that I needed, that I didn't acquire. Had I acquired, I'd be a much better academician with the skills that I have now and the knowledge I have now. In another case, if a person is taking, for example, a music course, and they're a first tenor, and they're able to sing all the notes with a musical accompaniment, is that something that is necessary for every adult in every profession, right? So there should be some type of dichotomy of the skills before all skills are rebuked, just because of the abundancy of the level of skills courses that are associated with the number of institutions trying to qualify for the TCC requirement.
Right, and in the ACGM, there are courses which teach you those skills. There are even courses which are perfectly fine where students play an instrument or they act together. But the purpose of that course is not that they do that to become a better actor. They do it to learn what acting is. And those courses are also in the ACGM, and they're not on this list. What's on this list is courses where you go to be a better actor and not to learn what acting is or what different types of acting there are and so on. That's not the main purpose. So we are looking at the main focus of a course, and these courses were conceptualized specifically for the professional development of those students who need to know this and become better. So they have a perfectly legitimate purpose, but it's not the purpose of the core curriculum.
Looking at the list of courses, it seems that these may be more courses that are required for a program and not core for all universities. Is that kind of what we're looking at?
That's part of it. Although we have other courses which are program courses, and they're okay because they can put the goals of the core into a program course. So that's not necessarily the demarcation line. But if you look at the language courses, for example, intermediate language courses are approved quite frequently, and because in those courses, the students have the basic skills of language, of the foreign language or the whatever language it is, and they can start looking at cultural impact and cultural connections between the language and the culture it's spoken in. So then you get into the ideas of the core curriculum, where you, if you look at language, philosophy, and culture, you know, where you can look at aesthetic and intellectual creation to understand the human condition in a different culture. So in an intermediate course, language course, you can do that. But if you have the beginning language course, you can't do that yet. You have to learn the first 400 words and the grammar, and that's the main purpose. If you put anything else into the course, it's very rudimentary, and it's not the focus of the course. So that's why we feel
So you're saying an intermediate language course could be in the core, but not an intro?
we have quite a few intermediate language courses in the.
Prereqs?
But in the intro is the prereq, but it can be in the core because students can place into it?
Yes, there are lots of courses where you can go in with a placing in.
Sure,
yes.
we do have that in
Yeah.
our math component,
Yeah.
for example.
Math and
Right. But just to be clear, intro foreign language courses are going to have to come out of the core, but intermediate foreign language courses can stay. Is that
yes, there's
true?
on this list I show you here, there is no intermediate language course. Because you can start to build this in what is important for the core.
Okay, so the way I'm kind of reading this is the biggest problem with this list that you've come up with of the universities that are allowing certain courses is, for example, Southwest Texas Junior Community College has quite a few of them that they accept, and they are the feeder school for Sul Ross Rio Grande. So that means students that go into Sul Ross Rio Grande are having those in their core, but if they're coming over to Sul Ross Alpine, we're having to accept them because they're core complete, even though a student that starts at Sul Ross Alpine would not be allowed to take them in their core.
Right, that's what I mean.
Is that the issue that
That's
you're
what I
dealing
mean,
with
it's not
in-
equitable between the institutions and for the students of different institutions.
So what you're proposing is that the institutions will be informed that they can no longer have those in their core?
Right.
And what kind of phase-in for, so a student that is currently, has already taken the course believing that it was part of their core?
So the idea is that we look at this now as we speak. We let the institution know we want to revisit these courses. Please resubmit your core to us, because an institution doesn't have to resubmit a core. You know, they can keep their core for many years without any changes. But we will tell them, please resubmit the core to us so we can look specifically at those courses. We do that next year. And once they do that, we make a new information sheet, a new approved list, and that would then go in effect the next academic year, because the decision of one year is always effective to the next year. So all students who take it this year, they complete their core with it because we allowed it, and they can transfer it and whatever. But going forward then in fall 2017, it would have to change.
Okay, and by resubmit core, do you mean the institution is going to need to resubmit every class included in their core curriculum with the justification?
No.
Or just these courses?
These courses, so what our practice is, so everybody had every course approved in the first year, 2014, and that's part of the problem, right? 1,000 courses we looked at. Then the second year, an institution may want to change one course. So they add the course to the core, they send it to us through the system electronically, and that course is flagged on our side as new. So then we looked at that course, and we didn't look at other courses. And, you know, if an institution could also, you know, say we're making a name change, it's the same course, you know, and so then they have to do it. And we take that into account, and it gets approved as a new named course. That happens quite often. So, and an institution wouldn't have to do anything, just hit send it to us. So it lands on our desk, and then we can work with it. But we have to do that in order to spawn, if you will, the official info sheet of the courses which you all have.
I think what I'm asking is in other words, like, Cisco Junior College would need to resubmit their English 2307, French 1411, German 1411, and Spanish 1411, but not their biology 1302.
No, it goes like with the other approval, we wouldn't look at that.
Okay.
Now, with the assessment, I said we found some other mistakes. So there was an institution, and maybe it's not a mistake, maybe I think it's a mistake, so that can be worked out. But there was a course number for a 3-semester course, and the lab number for that course, so you can tell this lab is for that course, but the title gives a wrong, I think it's a typo, a wrong number. So we can say, please fix that and resubmit it, and then they can fix it in their, that's for a 4-year institution where the titles are variable, so they would resubmit it with a fixed title, and we would spawn a new info sheet, and then everything is fixed. Or if you find a course which really has a prerequisites which is not in the sense of the core, we would tell the institution that at time of the assessment, and they could either change the prerequisites, we have had that, and resubmit it and we approve it, or they take it out. We had that too. So that can be worked out. But that, I don't think, has the urgency because of the number of courses that we go through all of this right now. I'm just concerned that we have enough courses here that it's inequitable or not equitable enough to be not fair and not right, for what we want to do.
But at the university level,
Dr. Gutierrez has waited for a question here.
Yeah.
I'm practicing patience. So I have a question for you. So, at a private institution, for example, when we teach languages, we teach it in a very whole language perspective. So if an institution had courses on this list, could they resubmit and say, well, now Spanish, first semester Spanish does meet the core because we're going to teach it with a different pedagogy? Or because I see that there's inequity regardless, dependent upon who teaches the course and where the course is taught. So to address inequity of pedagogy becomes a separate issue. So how do you reconcile that with this list? Because a course being taught in different places will meet different core requirements, and the pedagogy of how it's taught matters, and it's not, I'm assuming that the coordinating board's not going to start dictating pedagogy of teaching too.
No,
if you could help me understand this.
Yes. So 4-year institutions and private institutions have much more freedom because the community colleges are bound to the ACGM. So they don't have the freedom because they are told this is the course in the ACGM, and that is the definition of the course, and these are the learning outcomes, and that's what you have to do in order to get paid. You can teach something else, another course, but you won't get paid for it. So 4-year institutions can do that, much more flexible. And especially, if you look at the art courses, maybe more easily than the language courses, beginning language course, you can work your pedagogy and your syllabus that you get these academic components in there. But then you can't say this course is equivalent to an ACGM course, okay? Because it's a different course. So all these, in the core curriculum, each course that is equivalent to a ACGM course is listed in there as such. So all 4-year institutions which are on this list with a course, they told us this course, even though it has a different title and a different number, it's equivalent to an ACGM course. And that way, we know it should be like in the ACGM. So if you want to change your art dancing course to do something else, and you do it, you tell us, you convince us, and that's what you did, but you can't put the equivalency in anymore. You would have to take it out. So all these courses which are, and so if you look at it, UT San Antonio has quite a few courses, and they're all listed with the ACGM number or the TCCNS number. UT San Antonio does not name them this in their catalog, but in the core, it's shown as equivalent to these numbers, and that's how I found these courses. I didn't go through all the title and say, well, that may be really this course, you know, because I can't tell from the title. I can't even tell necessarily from the syllabus, really. But I can tell from what you told me. So that's the difference.
Reinhold, question. I actually have taken a few of these courses recently, just for professional development. I took Design 1 a couple years ago, and it was interesting because of what Dr. Gutierrez said as far as pedagogy. When I took Design 1, quite a bit of the course was learning the history of design and the concepts of design and how they've been applied in different fields, whether it was in architecture and publication and all sorts of different things. And then the way that it was reinforced to us was then actually doing it ourselves. But a large portion of it would be what I would consider foundational knowledge falling under an ACGM course. So I can see that there would be a variety of pedagogy depending on the institution. Because I could see that another institution would just teach it as these are the projects. I mean, we had a paper, we had a presentation we had to do, we had all of those types of things, which would have them.
Right, and there are different ways to do it, but there we look at what is the main focus. Of course, the course is not in a vacuum and is not doing that. If you do sketching, you have to do different styles of sketching, so you learn about that. But the way the ACGM sees is the focus is on actually getting better at sketching. The focus is not on dissecting or on deconstructing, sketching in the Renaissance. So that's the focus of it. And the main focus of these courses is to get better at sketching. Now, a four-year institution could make a course where they combine, and there are courses where you sketch and do art appreciation and art history. So, and there are even ACGM courses who do that both. So that's where where you have to look at, and that's what we didn't understand at the beginning too, that there is a distinct purpose in the ACGM for these courses. And only when our experts for the ACGM came to us and said, hey, what are you doing? This is really a different purpose, then we learned that. I mean, I personally learned that. I did not know this, so that's probably one reason why there are some of these courses in here.
I guess that's where I'm going with it, because since four-year institutions and private institutions are not bound by the ACGM necessarily, but community colleges and technical colleges are, is there a possibility that if an institution, wants to, using the design example, if they believe that principles of design, that's why I'm not using that title, but principles of design can be more globally used for not only art, but also business because of marketing and all sorts of things, then that they can request through the ACGM Advisory Committee or anything else to create a new course that is constructed based off of the TCC guidelines to be a design course that would fit in the core.
Yes, and that course may already be in there. So I don't know the ACGM well enough to say that, but
try.
I know that in music, there is a course which teaches, the basic music fundamentals, and right next to it is a music course which is still teaching music, and you play instruments, and there are dance courses where you actually dance and whatever, but it's put in the ACGM, it's put in the other context. So those courses are there already. I didn't list them here because we don't worry about them.
So I think my question then is, basically what you're saying is, if my art professor persuades you that his ceramics course is one of these courses that is really more focused on the deconstruction and appreciation of art than it is the creation of a mug, that it could go in the core, but it could no longer be the equivalency of ceramics one for transfer purposes to another university.
Right, it's a different course then, and we noticed that a lot. So we had a ceramics course. We said no, it's ACM course. So we get the syllabus back, and it was recrafted. But if you look deeply, both the wording, it's still adhering to the ACGM, which is a good thing because it should, and so it's making something else what the ACGM says, it's usurping the purpose of the ACGM, and we don't want that, because then the whole concept of the ACM falls apart. So we don't want to be crafty, to make something out of something which it isn't. So, and I don't think it serves the student. If you want to do the core curriculum, take the course which is approved for it, and which has the purpose of it.
That's what I was going to ask. So Reinhold, so we've got here the list of institutions with their courses, and you've told us what your plan of action is at the moment. What is the time frame that you're expecting to contact these institutions and moving forward with this?
So that's always a good question. So we want to, of course, do it in a timely fashion that the institution has time to adjust to it and work with it. So ideally, we would inform these institutions very soon that we want to take these out of the core, basically. They would know it, and they would have to send us their core in the system. They can do that whenever they want, but if they want to respond to it, they could do it very quickly. And then we would take them out and reissue the list of approved courses, which then would be applicable to fall 17. So we don't want to sit on this year, because then the institutions don't have the warning. I mean, we are still at the beginning of this fiscal year, so that is the idea.
So the coordinating board's goal right now is to already have basically these courses cleaned out or reapproved differently, or saying for implementation or being active fall of 17.
Right. The system right now is not up because our IT makes a little tweaks to it. As you know, we want to add some certain features. So as soon as it opens up, we start reviewing new changes to everybody's core as submitted, and all the approvals we make from now on will be for the next academic year, because the catalog for this academic year stands, so we can't really change that.
I think there's going to be some resistance at the university level, given the fact that it was an incredibly difficult process of selecting these courses. Especially, I was there for personal finance at my institution, and the case can be argued that, say, for example, communication. Communication is a skill that's learned in personal finance. Why? Because there are levels of communication: intrapersonal, interpersonal, group, organizational, cross-cultural. Intrapersonal communication is a person convincing herself or himself that saving 10 or 20% of one's own income is the best course of action for the rest of one's life. And if you communicate well, then you adhere to what the book Millionaire Next Door refers to as a prodigious accumulator of wealth versus an under-accumulator of wealth, a person who spends all the money they make plus future income and so on and so forth. So, and then you would have artifacts that you collect in that course, and then the artifacts, once assessed, will determine for the course professor whether or not improvement of instruction or a closing the loop action, what the AACSB calls a closing the loop action, is necessary for that particular course, the adjustment is made and then reassessment as to whether or not the closing the loop action was a successful or not successful activity. With all that said, I think that the universities at least deserve reasons why certain courses are on the chopping block as pertain to the statement of purpose of the TCC. And how is it that in the initiation of the TCC core requirement, universities came to the conclusion that these courses were suitable courses in the first place? And I think if that question is not anticipated and answered before universities are communicated with, it's going to cause some friction among the faculty and administration in the respective units. And then there has to be buy-in by the faculty who collect artifacts for assessment in the first place of these particular core courses.
Right, I hear what you're saying, but that's not the question. We're not talking about core objectives. All these courses have the core objectives. You certainly have critical thinking. You know, you need critical thinking if you do pottery. You need communication. You need empirical and quantitative skills, often, not depending on what course it is. The core objectives is not what you're talking about. It's the other part of the core, which is the foundational component area definition. And that's where the misalignment is. It's not the core objectives.
I'm not confused. We're talking the same thing. I'm saying, how is so many universities confused? How is it that so many universities became confused with these courses? How did they not know?
Because the core, it's a new thing. It started in 2014. We had a lot of courses that were submitted. We approved 1,000. There were many more which were submitted which we didn't approve. So it's a learning process for all of us how to work the core in its new conceptualization. That's a new process for the institution, it's a new process for the faculty, it's a new process for us. And we see that actually that institutions come in the second year with a syllabus which is totally reworked and addresses the issues of the core, and that's fine. And we always say, if we don't approve a course, we say, you may rework it, adjust your course to the core curriculum, and we can look at it again. It's not that categorical thing that we say no. We just came to learn that the ACGM says a certain thing, and that we should not change, because then we have an upheaval in the whole purpose of the ACGM, and that's really behind this.
So some courses could be rehabilitated by chance?
And some have. I recognize some of these that were denied. They were denied in the first round, submitted the next year, and then incorporated, but now, because of, in light of new information, have been here. But, Dr. Gutierrez?
I have another practical question. This is the benefit of a small college. The registrar also reports to me. If you're going to start this next fall, catalogs are going to be done by October. The registration for the fall semester starts, I would assume, for us in a small school, it starts in March, April. This would have significant impact on students who are registering for classes, because this process, I can assume, is not going to get done between now and the 1st of December. So my only request that, and I don't have a dog in this fight, is that you think about the students in this and the fact that you might want to think about a fall 18 start date, just because there are logistics involved. You would be requiring the change of the catalog. In the spring semester, students would have already been registered. I only have 1,300 students, but you have many more students who this would impact their graduation in the future. Just another logistical thought.
Well, that is part for all changes to the core. It's no different than here. So we tried to open up the system very quickly, and we actually moved, for the four-year institutions, we moved the course inventory rollover a month earlier because of that issue. I'm frankly amazed how many institutions give us a change to the core after May. We had changes to the core requested in August this year. I don't know how it works, but but that is inherent to any change you want to make to the 18 course.
The only thing I could think is adding something to the core is significantly different than deleting something from the core.
Right, but we would, the idea is we would inform the institutions very soon. So there's a whole year to work that out.
But the student's catalog, so if a student started, say in fall 2016, and a change was made to the core curriculum starting in fall 2017, then the student who's in the 16 catalog can still use these courses because it was published in their catalog as
Right.
being part of that course. And so if a change were to be implemented in 2017, certainly the institutions would have the opportunity to honor, I mean, a student can move to a newer catalog if they choose, but if they choose to stay in their older catalog, that option is still viable for them.
That's a good point.
Jenna?
Same thing too. I know you're opening the options, but we kind of need a deadline date. That was where I was going on to, not just for the catalog, curriculum and instruction approvals, degree plans, and I know Cynthia walked in, we're going to talk about pathways, and that is probably a huge initiative for many of us now, not only with my own institution, but transfer institutions. So right now it may change, it may not change in their catalog, but if I have a new student coming in, it will certainly affect the transfer of it. So I know it's opening and we say we have a year, but is there a drop dead deadline, say January 30th for this, that we're going to delete? Because I'm assuming we're going to give these schools a chance to have their input of trying to convince us not to delete those classes.
Right, and so if we go with the ACGM, the discussion, the purpose of this is that we don't discuss semantics in a syllabus because we know what the course is. So we would inform the institutions right away, and they, no matter when they get the info sheet, they can work with that. Generally speaking, the deadline for approval of the core curriculum, we really gave the institution the freedom to do whenever they want to do it. And some don't want to do it earlier because they have their own committees and so on. And maybe they're already working for the year further down. I don't know. But what we want to actually do is that we say a core approval has to be done by the end of the academic year. We don't want to be in the same situation where we get a request for change in August and they're working into September to make that. So it should be on a timeline that we actually, that we finalize the decision the previous academic year for the next academic year.
I understand that, but you're talking about a lot of schools internally are deciding what's going to stay or leave their core. If we delete this, then they are probably going to have to make some changes to their core and their degree plans. So that's the only time I've never been so glad not to see my name on the list.
Yeah, no, I'll reiterate what Jana has. Yeah, Reinhold.
Yeah, so the time is an issue, and we don't want to let this sit on the table. So that's why we're here.
Yeah, most of us set the fall semester classes are like, I'll decide what's being offered in fall semester in early or late January, early February. And if a course is currently listed on the core, then it's going to impact the number of sections that I offer of it, as opposed to, and also I can see, like you've got drama 2336, which right now is in our component 9, along with our 3 basic communication courses. If that course is eliminated, I'm going to have to increase the number of basic communication courses I'm offering to offset the students that would have taken that one. Mm-hmm. And so that's kind of critical, that we know early in, or no, by the end of fall semester, that, hey, unless you can come up with something really compelling, these classes are going to leave.
It'll impact scheduling, it'll impact personnel and staffing. I know that our catalog, we were just informed that our printed catalog, of course, will come, during the summer, but we're going to have it already electronically available to students, the 2017-2018 catalog, as of March. So, because by March, we will already have our schedule set for fall, our staffing set for fall, and so on. So it's all of that. Oh, yes, and early advising, yeah, because early registration starts.
I don't want to sit here at this point in time and lay out a schedule. This is what we do at this time and this time. I'm saying we want to start this early, and we don't want to let it sit for 10 years. So that's the whole point. So we have to. Of course, we want to work with you that it is feasible to do this, and we will. We never go. For my history in the Corps, we haven't gone back to you and said, well, we don't work with you on things. We look at that. Every single course we have looked, and that's often a long discussion. So we work with institutions, and that's one thing I can sit here say.
Well, that segues into my question. Is there a benchmark or some kind of best practices worksheet that you could develop that you send to these schools who have courses that are potentially on the chopping block? Like in your experience, is there any institutions, well, a better example is more concrete. You tell your child, wash these dishes. They wash the dishes, you come back and the child says, I washed the dishes, and you say, well, you didn't do it right. The child said, well, you didn't show me how to do it.
Yeah.
The parent have the obligation to teach the child how to wash the dishes correctly before they wash them a second time.
This issue actually came up the summer last year when we wrote the core curriculum application guide, which came out last fall. And that's where we put these ideas down. So they have been out published for over a year now, and the issue came up at that time. So we have been working with that since then, and we have been working with institutions in the approval process since then when they came to us.
But that list came out and you got 1,000 courses, right? That list, that workbook came out?
No, that came a year after that.
Okay.
So that came out of our experience with, the core was implemented by the board according to the recommendation from UIAC, and then that was many years ago, really. It was implemented for fall 2014. So that's when we did the first approval round and 1,000 courses. And then a year later, we started looking, what did we do? How did it go? And so it became clear that we needed to put something down from our experience. And that was the core curriculum application guide.
Okay, so you're going to work a best practices sheet to help improve the courses on this list?
No, we can't do that because that's the work of the ACGM committee. They already did this, and the ACGM manual is out. It's its own. That's the point. There's its own committee which looks at these courses and the purpose of these courses, and they have worked through it, and they have told us, hey, you must not usurp the purpose of the ACGM. So that is a separate process for these courses.
Right, I'm not being difficult. What I'm saying is you may end up with a list this long of different courses the next go-around.
I don't see why.
I don't see why not. If universities, as smart as universities are, and as smart as the people are who work for them, if you can get a list this long of courses that don't cut the mustard, then without a workbook or a best practices sheet instructing them on how to do it best to not arrive on this list, even if all of these courses are eliminated, what assurances do we have that a new list of courses that don't cut the mustard will be on another list?
Well, basically, what I'm telling you, we made a mistake.
Yeah.
You know, and there are lots of institutions where we didn't make a mistake, but some wrote it up in a way that we made a mistake. We didn't realize the importance of the ACGM, and we came to realize that a year after we implemented the core, so we wrote up the guide to put it down, what we learned. So this is not something which changed in the type of course. The courses were always like that. We didn't change the courses on that list. They were already set like that years before. The core curriculum has nothing to do with how the ACGM is constructed. That's other people who decide that. We just have to take what's in there and be truthful to it. And we weren't by putting these courses in the core. And that's for 120 instances.
Yeah, I can see where you're coming with it, Reginald, but I also see that the vast majority of these courses are, of course, are introductory language courses, and I think, for most institutions, and a lot of the other ones, and including those, were put in there or requested because they had already been there in the previous incarnation of the core, so they were trying to just keep tradition, roll over. And at that moment, the coordinating board was overwhelmed with so many courses to try and approve of all these institutions that they slipped by. I know that from the updates that Reinhold has given us in the past, few meetings, although we're getting change requests to the core, they haven't really been as troublesome as these that got kind of grandfathered into the problem. So I don't, I agree with Reinhold that I don't think that it'll be a problem in the future. I think we've all learned a kind of a collective lesson going forward on this. But I do hear from the committee that one of the things that we need to make sure is that everybody's concerned about the timeline of the implementation, because it has a lot of other effects internally and also to our stakeholders, the students and everybody else. Steve?
Yeah, that's actually pretty much what my comment or question was going to be is this information to be conveyed to the colleges and universities from our group, or is there a different group that's designated to convey this information to the universities? And then I think it was Sheila was mentioning something about a sort of a drop dead date earlier. How do we set those dates, both for getting the information to the universities and colleges, and then also sort of a date for responses that they might have if they think that a course has been unfairly selected for exclusion from the core. So sort of getting back to a more practical thing, what are these timelines and who's responsible for carrying them out?
I want to mention one more thing, too. If you are in a student information system, you've got to, once again, run 2 cores now. So if we were talking about fall 18, I don't think we would all be as nervous. But fall 17, not only are you going to have to do it, but you have got to go back and reprogram your subsections of the core and how it's going to post.
We'll end up running 3 cores. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. No, answering Stevens, I think I can answer from what Reinhold has already said. I don't think that the coordinating board staff can give us strict deadlines yet. But I think as far as the communication is concerned, I think all of the communication will end up coming from coordinating board staff, not necessarily ACGM board or ourselves. So I would hope that would be forthcoming soon.
Yes, that's the idea, that and the coordinating board has to do that. I mean, it's 49 institutions, so it's 49 letters, and we have to do that in a timely, quick turnaround matter. And the timing, I can say we will work with institutions, and I will certainly discuss that also with the leadership, how we do that. Our concern was that we want to address it, We want to make a statement about it, and we want to go forward with it in a timely manner so that it doesn't sit there for 5 years, 6 years, and then assessment comes around and we say, oh, okay, oops, yes. So we would like to do it now because we recognize the issue, we know the problem, and we have to do something about it, I think, to make the core work. So we certainly can think about the timing and work with institutions on that.
I just want to really, as you know, we have a lot of courses on this list, and what I'm hearing from others, I just really want to lobby for another year.
Okay.
To get this, I mean, we can, I get the letters out, let us start working on it. But, I mean, I've already sent an email back to campus because, this is quite scary. And I have another question. Might there be, I know you're sending out the letters, there will be detailed information. Might there be additional courses in our core that are not on this list that also are in a similar situation for a different reason, or they're not in the ACGM? Or whatever, but they were also mistakes?
Well,
I mean,
not in terms of skills development courses. I'm pretty confident this is the list, since we checked with the ACGM. There are other issues which we mentioned last time too. So, that pertains upper division courses and prerequisites and so on. But I think those are more individual issues, not issues at the bulk, as far as I know. But we haven't looked at that yet. So last time we said, let's do course review going forward. Not, it's not a static thing that we approve the core and that's it for 10 years. You can make changes and we can look at that if it is right. So, and last time we said we can't look at everything at the same time. So I don't really want to say what issues there are all in the core. But I can say that we picked this issue because it seems to be the most large and coherent, definable issue.
But there may be more coming.
We all have to look at the core.
I do remember you had mentioned one, which was like some institution had gotten Calculus 2 approved, which would be out of order because Cal 1 would have already, if they already took Cal 1, they would be core complete.
Well, except people can place into it.
But then technically core complete.
In Calculus 2?
I would think, right? I would think you could.
That was something that had been brought up as an example.
Well, I don't know if.
AP Calculus, you could go into Calculus 2.
Yeah, but then the AP,
but then
the AP Calculus 1 would count as as core complete. Hence, Cal 2 was redundant. Is redundant. Yeah.
So for Calculus 2, it should be in the component area option for those students who need it. And that's what we recommend. But there are a couple instances where Calc 1 is in the foundation component area, and in a way, the institution hurts itself because nobody can make use of it. Put it in the component area option, and the problem is solved. But those are instances which are not that pervasive, and.
The component area option is an exception on the skills-based courses.
No, any course in the component area option has to do the same as any course in the foundation component area, especially if it comes to the definition. So in the option B of the component area option, you can play with the core objectives, but not with the definition.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Curtis?
Can this committee
this is my first time on it, can this committee make a recommendation to the coordinating board that it consider a prudent and phased-in process by which to do this that would be no sooner than fall of 18, considering the various constituency groups that are involved, the students, the processes for the registrar and the catalog, the course scheduling, the resource considerations, that it be done so that there is time to address all of the various constituency. My most serious concern is, of course, the students, because you have to program, as Jana said, the system correctly, and you can create a number of problems for students in terms of graduation. So if that's a possibility to make a recommendation.
It can be, because the item is phrased as discussion and consideration, so it can be. If you wish to make that motion, we can make the motion and have that be a recommendation.
Since I'm the independent college, I would like to make the motion that the coordinating board consider a phased-in process of dealing with this, that it began the consideration now, but that the implementation not happen until at the earliest of fall of 18.
Second.
Got a second from Nancy Martin. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, we can work with that, and we don't want to. We want to make it right. We don't want to hurt anybody. So.
Well, I want to thank everybody for the lively discussion. I think the coordinating board got a lot of good ideas and other unintended consequences that will happen within our institutions for it, but a problem that we do need to address. However, we're getting close to lunch here, so should it start at 12? I'll pass it on to Ann so she can give us the times, and that way people who are watching on the webcast will know when to come back on as well.
We have half an hour before she can speak, so if we want 45 minutes, it's up to you guys.
45.
You want to allow that? Okay, if you like.
If it's amenable to the group, I might suggest that we take a 45-minute break for lunch. Everything is right here in the room, and so it's not like we have to get in our cars and go anywhere. And so I propose that we restart the meeting at 12:45. We will probably take a couple of the next agenda items out of order. If you see, our next item, agenda item 6, is an update on the Pathways project. Understand the staff member who's going to be making that presentation will not be able to rejoin us until 1:30. And so we will take item number 7 first when we re-adjourn at, not re-adjourn, when we regroup. Reconvene, that's the word I'm looking for, at 12:45. And so, again, if you need the facilities, they are on the other side of the hallway, about halfway between the front and the back of the building. Lunch is here, over on the side table, and let's have some nice conversation over lunch. We'll regroup at 12:45.
Shall we do it 12:50, so we have 45 minutes? All right, okay.
And we have seen that Dr. Cynthia Farrell is available now without having to be interrupted at 1:30, so we are very appreciative of that. So we will keep with our original agenda order and have an update on the Pathways Project from the Texas Association of Community Colleges and with Dr. Cynthia Farrell.
Well, thank you very much for having me today. I very much appreciate the opportunity to, pardon me, I very much appreciate the opportunity to share with you the Pathways Project that we're just kicking off at the Texas Success Center. And so I have some slides that I want to share with you. So for you, the UEAC Advisory Committee, I would just invite you to have a conversation with me. I want to share with you what the center is, what our job is, and how we're serving the community colleges, and then take you into some of the details of the Pathways work that we're kicking off. But I know that there's a lot of good Pathways work going on in a lot of colleges, and so please feel free to interrupt, to join the conversation, and to let this go where it will. I would think that a good outcome of the time that we spend together is not only that you would learn about the work that we're doing, but that we might entertain ideas about how we might continue this partnership and collaboration and how the UEAC can help serve the institutions who are moving in this Pathways direction. So I welcome your input on that. So how will I advance the slides, Ronald?
Go forward and back.
Thank you so much. So the Texas Success Center is fairly new. We're just 3 years old, and I've been the executive director for 1 year. But I have a long history of working with the coordinating board. I used to be an employee here, working with the community colleges. I reported to Glenda Barron, if you remember those days, with the Participation Success Committee. I was the program director for developmental studies, and so I'm very familiar with the community colleges and the policy work that they've been doing over time. I've also been working with Achieving the Dream, and so a lot of the community colleges are using Achieving the Dream to really direct a lot of their improvement processes and how they've been experimenting with improving student success. Most recently, I was at the University of Texas, where I was leading the Student Success Initiatives project. Again, just projects that are grant funded to help community colleges improve student success. And so the same is true for the Success Center then. 100% grant funded. When I got there, we had 5 great supporters: Houston Endowment, Meadows, Greater Texas Foundation, Kresge, and TG. Had all gone together to support funding the Success Center. It's a new movement in the United States to have success centers that will come alongside the community colleges. We were one of the first ones to get kicked off, so it's a new phenomena. But now there are 13 states who have success centers, and we're all focusing on Pathways work. And so what I'd like to do is talk about, just very briefly, about how we got here and how it has fueled the direction that we're going. The Success Center's mission then is to, I always say it, come alongside the community colleges. They're already doing a lot of really great work to improve the way they serve students. And we've been sort of in an evolution in the last 10 years that community colleges have really changed the way that we're serving students and reaching out to our K-12 partners to make better alignments, and as well as our university partners to improve transfer. So it's about helping them with those projects. Since I've been there, we have grown significantly, taking on extra grants and extra projects in order to increase the support that we have been to the community colleges. But that being said, where we're headed next is all things Pathways. Everything that we're doing is aligning with supporting the community colleges Pathways work, and I'll define more specifically what I'm talking about. I know that some of you in the room are headlong into that, and others might just have been hearing about it on the periphery. But the community colleges have sort of just decided this is what we're doing. About a year ago, all the CEOs from TAC agreed that that's what they wanted to focus on. And so at their summer conference a year ago, July, they had time that they spent together and planned for how we were going to collectively do this Pathways work. And we went about getting grant funds to help support that. And so we were able to launch this project in April of this year. We also have two other pieces of our mission that we're also building the capacity of TAC, because we're kind of a lean organization anyway, for us to be able to have the grant funds to be able to support this work and to support the data that helps to improve the work. But because TAC is TAC, then we also are strong partners with the association in supporting both state and institutional policies, but particularly that help support the practice side of the house. And so when I was at the coordinating board, just when I was leaving, this slide is one that I had that I drew up out of the archives. And when I would give a presentation, I was trying to help the community colleges stay abreast of the different initiatives that were going on. A lot of these initiatives were coordinating board funded out of state funds, and some of you may have been part of these. But what we were learning even back then is that we had so many initiatives going on and all these folks really busy improving their work that we weren't sharing what we were learning enough, and we were jumping from grant to grant, and even scaling that up across the institution was very difficult. And so I used to call myself Johnette Appleseed, that I would just go from institution to institution and just say, did you know that so-and-so is over there doing such and such work? It was very primitive, but it was the beginnings of let's share with each other and let's create these networks that we can improve across the whole state. And so I've been keeping up with this graphic over time. This is what it looks like in 2016, and it still doesn't have all of the initiatives on it yet. The ones in red are the initiatives like Achieving the Dream and Completion by Design and the Developmental Ed Initiative that you might be familiar with. If you can remember when we did the course redesign project here at the coordinating board, that's on there. Accelerating Developmental Ed in Texas, lots of different projects that we've been working on in the last 10 years. The ones in black are corresponding policies that have changed over that time, from one set of high school curriculum to the next and now to the third. Ending with HB 5 is on there. State appropriations, Common Core that you all are talking so much about, mandatory degree plans. There have been so many policy changes that it's almost dizzying the kinds of changes that we've made in the last 10 years, which is amazing for us in higher ed, right? And so what do I take from all of that? Well, there's a lot of pieces of information that a lot of smart folks have, but how do we pull it all together? What the community colleges are telling us is that we have a lot of good, hardworking folks who are stretched to their limits, that they are saying that they are initiative fatigue is what they're calling it, right? We are jumping and running, and we're working very, very hard and longer hours than we've ever worked before because we're dedicated to students and their success. But we're feeling fragmented and pulled in too many directions. And so that's part of the fuel behind the Pathways work, that we're no longer going to do this or that piece of work that helps improve student success in that pocket, but then when those students are sort of dumped back out into the regular system, research has shown that they've lost the gains that they were able to accomplish in the beginnings of that. So in our next sort of evolution of initiatives, we have to be thinking much more systemic about our solutions, right? That if we improve developmental ed, then when they get into those college level courses, then they're prepared that maybe even the pedagogy that we use in developmental ed is even aligned, better aligned, as well as the course content, so that students don't lose that momentum. We found that we lost more students, so there was more failure between courses than there were within courses because of our alignment issues. And so that's another sort of underlying premise of the Pathways work, that as we're thinking more systemically, we're also going to be improving our alignment issues, both in pedagogy and in delivery and in the services that we provide to students to improve student success. This is the same information on a timeline, so this is what I'm working on. It's incomplete, but it's just to help us all sort of begin to understand where we've been, what we've learned, and what we're taking into the next generation. I'm not going to spend a lot of time there. I'm going to jump right on into the Pathways work. This is just us. Texans are really good about collaborating, sitting around and talking about the work that we've done together, and that's really how the Pathways work sprung up. So the Texas Pathways work is grounded in and based on the American Association of Community Colleges Pathways Project. And so about a year ago, they had a grant from Gates. The American Association of Community Colleges has a grant from the Gates Foundation to do this Pathways work. And they selected through a rigorous competition 30 of the most ready community colleges in America to do this work. And this is a heavy lift kind of work where it's very prescriptive about the way that we are going to attack like all areas of the college, and that everyone's going to be involved in true institutional transformation. 4 community colleges in Texas were selected to do that work: Alamo Colleges, El Paso Community College, San Jacinto College, and Paris Junior College are all a part of that work. We had so many community colleges that submitted applications for that work. It was just astounding. And Kay McClenny, who's running that project, even told me that they had to limit. There were so many really good applications from Texas, but they had to limit because they had to have colleges from other states involved as well. But it just, again, pointed to the need for us to have a Pathways project in Texas and to help institutions do this work. And so, pardon me. So we went about getting some funding to do this. We have some modest fundings for this first year of planning, particularly from the Greater Texas Foundation and from TG already. And so we sent out a rigorous application process. We had over half of the community colleges apply for that, and some asking for some less rigorous, but also being included in doing the project, right? And so we wound up really spreading this wide. Premise of this project being, we wanted this to support all 50 community colleges. We didn't want there to be some colleges that are the haves and some colleges that are the have-nots when it comes to support for improving student success. But that's a heavy lift too. And not every college is at the same readiness to transform their institution, right? And so we've taken the AACC project and we have created basically like 5 sets of curriculum for colleges based on their readiness to do the work. And so the application process went out and we selected 12 colleges to do the heavy lift work. So they're going to be doing the exact same work that the AACC colleges are doing. When we define pathways for this Texas Pathways project, we're talking about the period of time between 8th graders selecting an endorsement all the way through their higher ed into a meaningful career. So if I had to put parentheses around our work, that would be it, 8th graders to meaningful work. With the community college being at the center of partnering with the sectors on either side. So strong relationships with their K-12 system and making sure that as students are choosing endorsements, that those endorsements are aligned with the programs that are in the community college, that are aligned with the transfer to the university and tied to their industry partners. So those students, even from the beginning, if they stay on those paths, will already be working to reducing their excess credit, right? The data that we've been using in Texas that everyone knows about excess credit that doesn't count towards a degree. So it's about choosing the right dual credit course for a student who, if they know which pathway they're going on, that dual credit course is already in the pathway towards their career. So there are 4 essential practices of guided pathways, both for the national work and the Texas work, and you see them here. Mapping pathways to students' end goals. So institutions are doing a much better job of selecting the specific courses that a student could take, that they would have no excess credit if they completed this set of courses. I'm sure you've heard conversations about meta majors, right? So grouping sets of courses together so that students can explore, but within a set of related courses, right? Mapping, so that the institution is doing a better job of laying out a set of courses for students to understand where they're going next and to make plans. I'm going to pause there for a second because I see some heads nodding, and I'm thinking that you've been doing some mapping work, that you've been doing some meta-major kinds of conversations. Let me pause there and invite anyone to join in the conversation.
What we did is we took our last 3 to 5 year graduation rates and also listed majors. Part of our pathway initiative was we have an associate degree in general studies, and we wanted to decrease the number of general studies and increase the number of major field transfers or even technical programs. So we did a 3 to 5 year look at enrollment and completion. And some of those who haven't had 15 graduates in a 3-year period, we were trying to group together for meta majors. It was almost a feasibility study too for us to see where we were growing, where we needed faculty, because some of those in our allied health programs, we needed that and resources moved to that area. So that was just the beginning that the academic council or the dean's council is doing right now, and looking at some of our low completion rates and see what would be better served in meta majors together. This is our first year.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
So how do you work with the many undecided students when you're mapping this early? How does that work?
So actually it helps, I'm glad you brought up about undecided. So I think it especially helps undecided students that they don't have to pick a particular degree plan, but a meta major says, can you at least say you're a STEM major or a liberal arts major? Can you at least, of these 6 options, pick one, rather than this 150 options, pick one? And they won't be so far off track, even from the very beginning. It also allows you, as you group those very beginning courses, to help do some career and program exploration during those early days, so that students choose which path they're getting ready to go as they exit sort of the meta major first or second semesters.
Do you do any kind of sort of vocational testing to see what, in terms of what they might be headed for, or is that more they're thinking that?
Certainly, and embedded in those courses. So not just if a student goes over to the Student Success Center and asks for a career exploration assessment of some kind, but it's embedded into those really early courses. So we're deliberately helping to guide students from the very beginning. Very cool. So the second essential practice is about helping students enter a pathway. So the first one is really about the institution getting our maps in order and aligning our services around those courses, but also then helping students enter a path. And so this whole intake system, so doing a lot of assessment and evaluation of what happens at the earliest moments of a student entering into a college and what can we do better to help them get on the right path. So again, career explorations would definitely be a part of that. Keeping students on a path, so advising is a big piece of the Pathways work. We can strengthen advising. Universities, community colleges, high schools, all of us as a field, advising could be strengthened to help students get on and stay on a path. There's more that we can do in that area. And so institutions that are committing to this project are committing to really re-look at advising. Yes, ma'am.
Cynthia, excuse me, I came out of student services and advising. What is the key then that you're thinking of, the key point that you're saying advisors or professional or faculty advisors should be addressing more, because we found they were coming in with 60 hours and 23 counted, or they were not undeclared up to the 45th hour, and we were trying to circumvent that earlier. So what are some things in advising per se that you've seen?
So I think it's the tools that we provide to advisors, right? So it might even change the role of the advisor a bit. But if those students had been advised earlier on, and if the advisors had better information, right, to share with students. And I think that technology is going to be a real key to us improving advising and being able to help students predict where they're headed, to help them see that if they change their major, what the impact is going to be. If students enroll in courses they shouldn't be enrolled in, so that at least they get warnings, you're going off course. So there's a lot we could be doing with technology to help advisors do their job, to help students stay on paths.
Actually send text messages, hey, you're getting close to this, don't forget this. And one thing we found is that sometimes coming from a community college, they think, okay, I've just got 2 more years. Right. But they face those issues of this class isn't offered till the spring. So now that might delay something, and we're trying to figure out how that message should be given not only to our community college fellows, but also to that student coming in. Well, I've got 45 hours. Yeah, but you've got 2.5 years here.
Right. Right. So you bring up another point that's embedded in this, and that is that the way we even schedule courses has to be more deliberate, that we're more predictable, so that students who have jobs, they know that they can be guaranteed that not only what courses are going to be offered this fall, but what courses that they need to take in the following semester are going to be there and available for them in the morning or in the afternoon so that they can
We're also, I
have
don't mean
lives.
to interrupt you, but
No,
I'm
please.
elderly and I will forget the thought that has gone through my head. We're also thinking about how to group them, especially our transfer students, because by the time transfer students get to us, our classes are filled. So we're trying to create a wait list type of, I don't know what it's going to do to Banner. Banner will come back at us, I'm sure. But we're trying to create that wait list at least for 2 or 3 of our 300, 400 level courses for some of our students, because they get there and closed. And then we also face the issue of I don't mean to go to faculty, but if faculty hasn't graded something to determine if that student has passed or has a WH, that's a spot that one of our transfer students could have. If you haven't guessed, I'm on a quest for transfer students. But we're looking at that right now and how to make that as seamless as possible path from that community situation into us.
I want to mention one more thing. My financial aid director kind of keeps me abreast of things coming. There's a proposal by the Department of Ed. If you have dealt with GI Bill, Montgomery GI Bill, a student can take anything they want, but they are not going to get paid for just the classes in their major. My understanding is the Department of Ed that is looking at doing the same thing with federal funds. If you haven't heard of it, I think several of us are shaking their head. We are just as concerned about that, because if that's the case, we really have to have some designated classes, not a lot of electives, not a lot of and we're using DegreeWorks in Banner. I don't know if you guys are. You are? We did buy it, and it's actually helped because not all of them see an advisor every semester, but in that DegreeWorks and building the plan, if it comes down to you're on financial aid and it's only going to pay for the classes in your degree plan, it will kick in there and help too. So that, I think, is where we're going to have to work in the whole pathways. That makes it even more critical that we get these done if money's attached to it.
You know, one of the things we did to reduce general studies students and increase graduation rates is we made mandatory advising all 4 years. So that there's some majors still just kind of sign off and let the students sign up for whatever they want. But the student at least has to contact their major advisor and get them to take the hold off in Banner to be able to register. And so then that gets around some of those issues of, I don't want to take finance this semester. Well, if you don't, you're waiting 2 years because it's on a rotation. Because most of us that have been advising know what the rotations are, but the students don't. And so, you know, that, I don't know how you could even begin to do pathways without the mandatory advising.
So presumably, one of the things that you collect in this program is to clearly identify what schools they plan to graduate or plan to transfer to, so that they know.
Yes.
Right. That's not a problem then.
No.
Right.
No, it's a big task, but
yeah.
But yes, it's a part of the project. And so our approach is regionally. So we intentionally chose institutions that would cover, for TAC, we cut the state into 6 regions, and we're growing leaders in each of those 6 regions that really understand the pathways work and have strong relationships with their 4-year partners and their K-12 partners, but for the transfer issue, so that we can begin to have regional conversations. So I know the coordinating board does a transfer report, and I can't quote the number, it's thousands of articulation agreements that institutions don't even know all of the answers, much less, so back to your point, that students would never know all of the information that they need to know to know which school to transfer and what courses to take to transfer to that. And so we're banking on the theory that doing this regionally, then we can get that momentum and it will help students, because we know that students the majority of students stay within their region for those universities.
Cynthia, how are you involving high school counselors? We're finding that that's a population that has dropped off of our radar, and we're trying to get them back. So how is this Pathways involving the high school counselor?
So we're asking the institutions who are committed to this Pathways work to have strong relationships with both their K-12 and their university partners. And so there are some good examples out there of really great partnerships between K-12 and universities. You may be familiar with the Gulf Coast Pass work that was done in the Houston area where, for example, I believe it was Wharton College, junior college, who had a community college advisor that was full-time at the high school. So those kinds of solutions. So in the Pathways work, we say you're committed to strengthening high school advising, for example, but then the way they do it is less prescriptive. So highly prescriptive in the breadth of work, but then allowing institutions to individualize at their unique situation. The last one is ensuring that students are learning. So we're talking advising, we're talking about financial aid, we're talking about scheduling courses. We've talked about getting the right set of courses out there so a student could, if they chose, to not take any excessive hours and go straight towards a degree. But now we're talking about some depth even within each course. So we're talking about alignment between courses and having instructors have conversations at the student learning outcome level. What we found in some of our developmental ed work, when we asked for some alignment work to be done, both within the colleges and across to the high school courses, doing some alignment work and some projects we've done, so something we've learned in Texas that we're bringing to this project, is that when instructors got together, they realized that there was a lot of overlap in what they were teaching. So where one course left off, the next course would go back maybe a quarter of the course and take a couple of weeks where they were duplicating course content. And they didn't know that until they had done sort of this deep level evaluation of each course. And by doing that, this one institution was able to eliminate a course from a sequence of developmental ed sequence. So speeding up the time that students would take to get through that just by eliminating the repetition. So ensuring that students are learning. So this also includes professional development, making sure that instructors have full access to their field, to the best pedagogy and what's working with the current student body. So this is a picture of the Texas Pathways model. So for us, this is what the definition is. You probably hear pathways just about every meeting you go to. And so I wanted to throw our definition out there to make sure you know what we're talking about. So we're talking about integrated, system-wide approach, so that systemic piece that I talked about earlier, to student success based on intentionally designed, clear, coherent, structured educational experiences that's informed by evidence. Again, it's from the K-12 partner, so this 8th grader, all the way up to including our partners, the 4-year and the industry partners. And then we even take like the span of time that they're with us in the community college and break it into sort of 4 eras. When students are connecting, when they're entering, as they're making progress, until they succeed. And so that helps us break down our work into these 4 categories, but always as one systemic piece of work. Yes, sir.
Where does transferring into a 4-year university fit under success?
It's in progress. So for those students, it's progress, right? So efficient transfer. If you're making good progress, then you're earning certificates, associates, and degrees, and maybe that's the end point, and you go on into meaningful degrees. But there are also, of course, a large number of students who need us to improve our transfer, so it's handed under progress for them. This is an example of Alamo. So I told you that Alamo Colleges is one of the institutions in Texas that's also working in the national work, and so they're about a year ahead of us in the institutes. So the whole project at the core is a series of 6 institutes where we come together and they're challenged by national leaders and are worked through the kinds of objectives that they've committed to. And this is Alamo's description of the way they're looking at the Pathways experience for their students, and they've divided it in the same way to connect they enter, they progress, and then they complete. And you can see that they're just aligning their work under these banners of information about careers and pathways from the very beginning. So as they connect with their K-12 system, pathways connected to high schools and the high school endorsements and dual credit, all the way through to completion. This is a picture of, this is not meant to be read, okay? This is a concept. But this is Alamo Advise. So again, they take these 4 categories. How are they connecting to students? How are they helping students enter into the college? But that's not the end of advising, right? It's this ongoing advising. Then how do we help them progress and to complete? And so those words that you can't read under each one of those categories are all the different ways that they're connecting with students in all across their degree plans. Yes, sir.
What's a reverse transfer?
Reverse transfer, if a student goes on to a university, is someone doing it? Maybe you can, go ahead, someone else tell him.
Yeah, reverse transfer is also called reverse articulation. You'll have a student who might transfer out of a community college before completing the associates, and then they'll complete the coursework at a 4-year institution, and then that 4-year institution has an agreement to transfer that credit back so they can chalk it up as an associate's degree for that particular student. So it helps with the completion numbers.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
So this is a picture of the way Alamo is aligning what they're calling the Alamo Institutes. So when you group all of your programs into meta majors, this is what theirs looks like. They have 6 of them, and they're aligned with the, someone with CTE background. Thank you. Programs of study. They're aligned with the programs of study, and this really helped facilitate their conversations with their K-12 system and to better align the endorsements around these Alamo Institutes. So these are their meta majors. And then this is a picture of how Alamo is thinking about, so this is an example. If the endorsement at their San Antonio ISD is a business and industry, or maybe even the multidisciplinary studies in their endorsement, then they're directed to or aligned with their business and entrepreneurship, for an example. And then what they might be able to, the degrees that they could take if they went into that pathway. Okay, so again, I said that the core of this work is a series of 6 institutes, both at the national project and our Texas work. So we are planning 6 institutes. The very first one's coming up November 2nd through the 4th. And so for those colleges who are doing this intense lift, really implementing pathways at scale, institution-wide, no one left untouched, implementing pathways at scale. We have the 4 that are in the national work, 4 Texas colleges are in the national work, and a dozen that are in the Texas Pathways work, so a total of 16 colleges that are really doing a heavy lift of implementing pathways at scale. So that means that prior to the institute, they're doing advanced work, so that means KPIs, they're looking at their student success data. They are doing a scale of adoption assessment. So we have a list of practices that go under each one of those 4 headings, mapping, getting on a path, staying on a path, and ensuring that students are learning. We have key practices that you should see at an institution if they're implementing at scale. And so these colleges are in the midst right now of doing their homework of just going through each one of those practices and saying, are we doing that? And what percentage of students who should get that touch are already involved? So the percentage of scale of that. And the third thing they're doing is short-term action planning. So we're asking them to put teams together of their CEO, their vice presidents, some lead faculty, their IR director. In some cases, they're including already at the beginning of this project some K-12 partners and their IR directors. They're coming together around that homework and completing the first part of their short-term action plan, which is, what is our data telling us about students and where is it directing us to go to next? When we look at our scale of adoption, what are we doing well? What do we need to do next? And who should be involved? What's the timeline for that? So that's how far they're going to go before they get to the institute. They're going to come to the institute in November, and the curriculum continues. So we build on that. They get their short-term action plan out again, and we have coaches for this work. So national Folks who are working in the national work, who know this work, who know pathways, have worked with other colleges who are implementing pathways, are going to be working with our colleges. And these folks know Texas very well. Texans are a part of that coaching cadre, are going to be working with the institutions at the Institute. And so we'll have plenary speakers where we'll have Kay McClinney and Gretchen Schmidt, if these names are familiar to you. Davis Jenkins, if you've read the CCRC book on redesigning America's community colleges, will be with us and helping guide our work, as well as Rob Johnstone. So these are names of folks on the national level who've helped community colleges even understand what Pathways is and to implement it. So they'll all be with us, same speakers that the national set got for their first institute. And they will go into breakout sessions and they'll do their action planning for what they're going to do when they leave. And so it's a working session while we're learning. The opportunities for the other community colleges then are cadres 2, 3, and 4. And colleges can opt into these cadres. So Cadre 2 is about building readiness. So some institutions applied to be a part of this, but they weren't able to be a part of the 12 yet. They had some key capacity building that they still had yet to do, and so we've created a set of curriculum for them. So they're also doing some lighter weight homework and doing some preliminary planning that they will be supported with at the Institute around getting ready to be a Pathways college. Cadre 3 then is about building data capacity. So if any of you are familiar with the Student Success by the Numbers project that we had here in Texas, it's similar to that. For those of you who don't know what that is, it was really just about helping institutions know how to collect, analyze, and broadly use data to improve student success. So building the institution's data capacity. And so that's what this will be, but focused on pathways. And so pulling out the kind of data that helps generate conversations around what are we doing for students in these areas to build our pathways work. The last cadre is for institutions that are just now exploring pathways, helping their institution broadly understand what that means and helping to build the case of whether we want to do this. And so there's opportunity for all community colleges, the whole intent to have all 50 of the community colleges participate and be supported by the center in doing pathways work. Questions about that before I move on?
So the University of Texas at Dallas has been doing some similar work actually since Dr. Piñeras, tell me if I'm wrong, started, what was it, Comic Connections years ago? And we're very interested in continuing this, and we do continue it, and now we're exploring further down even to, and I mentioned this at lunch, I've been working with the first P-Tech school in Seagoville. It's been great. But I'm curious, how does all of this transfer back to four-year institutions? Will we receive information on the progress you're making, and how do we find out about our regions? Somebody at my university may already be doing this, and I don't know, but I'm just curious how we obtain more information on our level as this moves forward.
So the colleges that have committed to this work are committed to building their partnerships out. And so even from the very beginning, getting partners in the four-year. So from Dallas Community College have a partnership with UT Dallas, right? And so, and not recreating the wheel, right? Not starting a brand new group that starts from the beginning of the conversation, but tapping into existing structures that are already moving and bringing them together. So bringing coherence to the existing work. So that's part of the community college's role in leading that and connecting with their partners on either side. So of the 16 colleges that are implementing Pathways at scale, they represent all 6 regions of the state, all different sizes of institutions, and so we're sort of proving out a model that it can work anywhere. The colleges themselves are not receiving grant money. They're doing it all with existing funds, reallocating funds, making new policies, all on their own with the support of the center. We have all different settings, so urban, suburban, and rural colleges. And of the 16, when you count up how many students they're serving, it's 61% of all community college students that will be going to an institution that is implementing Pathways at scale. So it's a significant piece of work that they have committed to. This is just a little bit about the 12 colleges that were selected. They've been doing a little bit of work, and I wanted you to know that they're Hispanic and minority serving institutions. They're Achieving the Dream colleges. 11 out of the 12 are. 11 out of the 12 of them have been going to the Board of Trustee Institute. So this is an institute that we put on just for trustees to understand their role in implementing and helping to support their institutions in implementing pathways at scale. And so all 12 of them now will be involved in that. Leader colleges and Achieving the Dream, Aspen Prize finalists, New Mathways, exemplar colleges are involved in this, and Student Success by the Numbers colleges were selected. So they've been busy about improving their institutions, and they think this is the next right step for them to really evolve in the way that they're serving students. So here's who they are. This is the AACC cadre, and you can see how they're spread across the state: El Paso, Paris, San Jac, and Alamo. And then when you add the Cadre 1 colleges, these are the 12 I've been speaking of. These are the folks who are going to be working, the 16 that are going to be working hard around the state. So you can see what college is in your area and who will be reaching out to you in partnership to do this pathways work. And then Cadre 2. So some colleges have already selected Cadre 2. So sort of early adopters into Cadre 2, and they've already got their names on the list. So you can see the ones in red there are going to be working on getting ready to do Pathways next. So those are likely the next ones who will go through this process. And then Cadre 3, so the colleges who are really doing a deep dive into their data capacity building, Glenn and Central Texas College, have already agreed to that, committed to that. And then Cadre 4, doing the exploratory work and building the case, South Plains and Trinity Valley. And so that means that we're only like 11 days into registration for this, and we already have 27 out of the 50 community colleges who have either been selected or who have volunteered to be a part of it. Hopefully by November we'll have all 50 of them signed up, but this is what we have so far. So the Texas Pathways Institute, I want you to know, is on November 2nd through the 4th. I've told you about who we're going to have, how we're going to conduct that meeting, that it's going to be a working meeting for those institutions, and using this uniquely designed curriculum to help move them through each one of their process. So let me stop there and let you ask me anything about that before I ask you a question. Okay, so let's talk about let's talk about, not the ACGM, let's talk about the UEAC and the work that you're doing. So I heard an in-depth conversation earlier today about the core curriculum. That's part of your work. I'm wondering, as you're listening to the kinds of work that 50 community colleges are going to do, if you have that many colleges leaning in towards this kind of work, it's going to have an impact on our state and on our curriculum, on undergraduate education in general. And I'm wondering, as you think about the work that you're doing that's related to this work, or if you are a Pathways college, what would you want the UEAC to be discussing? So in other words, what information, either direction, from the institutions as they're doing their work, what is something that we maybe should keep our eye open for so that we can bring information from the project to this committee to help inform your work? Or maybe it's the other way around. Maybe there's some work that you're doing that you want to make sure that the colleges that are doing some heavy lift working on rearranging everything they're doing know the work that you're doing here.
I'll go ahead and start. I think a lot of what's going to determine the success of this kind of program is going to be what happens at the seams, those transition periods, K-12 to the community colleges, the transfers to the 4-year and then on. So I think a lot of what we probably need to be paying attention to is that that everything is sort of articulating the way it needs to between those areas. As you saw with the discussion of the core curriculum earlier, there are a lot of internal processes at each of the institutions, be they the ISDs all the way to private companies, that need enough lead time to be able to adapt to anything that might be coming down the pike. So I would say just really working at getting those seams filled in correctly, so we don't lose any students or lose any momentum, for that matter, in implementing these processes. So, I'll let other people go from there.
So what other topics, so even if you think about the core curriculum, so as they're building out their pathways, there are some courses that will be in and some that will be on the chopping block that I heard earlier, right? Some are in, some are out. And you're doing that as a state advisory committee, right? We're choosing. So I'm wondering, when the colleges are building out their meta majors, which will have the bulk of their core courses at the beginning, right? Are there courses that they would have liked to have been on, not on the chopping block because it was a part of their meta major commitment? And is there any kind of feedback loop that would be appreciated between the colleges and this committee about what courses stay or are lost from the list of approved core courses? Or maybe it won't have any impact on it.
Well, I think right now, because of the courses that we were discussing prior, the issue with them was not necessarily that they can't be offered, it's that they can't be counted towards fulfilling that particular core requirement due to the way that core, the section in the core is being defined. So I don't think that that'll necessarily have any effect on the meta majors or vice versa. But I think that the curricula from meta majors may start affecting the enrollment in many courses, or altering the enrollment patterns in many courses, so that institutions will now start having to face new decisions on whether to offer a particular course any longer or not. But I think that's just an organic thing that might happen depending on how these things start developing.
My question is, your question is kind of ambiguous in terms of what the fulfillment of this committee is to your Pathways project. I'm not understanding. Like, are you asking us in lieu of articulation agreements or community colleges as a pipeline to four-year institutions and other types of institutions? What is the question specifically in terms of our role in what you're doing?
So that's what I wanted to explore. Did you, because you know your charge and you know the work that you're working on already, and as you begin to understand more and more about what the community colleges are committed to, did you even initially, and we're just now kicking off, right? We're having our first Pathways Institute in November, so we're just getting started. So after we've been through an institute or two, and after the colleges have started really deconstructing and reconstructing their work to redesign what they're delivering, I'm wondering if issues come up and they say, well, there's a particular state policy that's impeding our work that we're trying to do for Pathways to improve for students. So part of the question is, are you open to the idea that a Pathways set of colleges could come and maybe give a presentation to you to help inform your work and to keep you up to speed with what they're doing? And vice versa, if there's something that's coming out of this committee, if you made decisions that you think will impact the Pathways colleges, would you be open to potentially maybe going to one of these institutes and helping to inform mass sets of people who are doing similar work on what this is?
Well, I can think of one thing that we had discussed at lunch, a few of us, and that is the disproportionate number of males who are leaving institutions before they graduate. And in Pathways, do you guys have similar problems with the disparity between males and females in terms of the attrition? And if so, that's going to directly affect the 60-30 strategy, because if by nature, men and women who have children, it's about a 50-50 chance that they're going to have a boy or a girl. Those populations are probably not going to change anytime soon, but if 70% of the college graduates are female and 30% are male, I just can't see how you're going to have a 60-30 success. So in terms of a pipeline, and in lieu of articulation agreements with community colleges to four-year or higher institutions according to the Carnegie Foundation classifications, I think that would be very helpful for us to know what majors students are majoring in and what genders are those majors, and if it's a equivalency or if there's a disparity coming through the pipeline.
Thank you. And yes, community colleges do serve a disproportionate in the genders, right? So as community colleges are choosing to do this work institution-wide, then it is part of the issues that they will address through this.
So if 50% of the Texas population is male, and what's the cohort, 18 to 34-year-olds should have a college degree or some certificate or some type of training by 2030, what kind of solutions are you guys tackling, if any, in terms of helping other colleges that you feed students with the problem of disparity in enrollment between men and women?
I think, from my own experience advising students, and I don't know if it's that girls are more determined at 18 than boys are, and boys are a little less focused. But when they walk in, the boys are, when I ask them what they want to do and why they're going to college, the girls are much more definite in their answers than the boys. And there's a good indication that one of the things that causes students to drop out of college is they don't see the connection between college and what they want to do. And so they see an opportunity to begin making money or something like that, and so they drop out. In which case the pathways would actually help the boys more, because it's set up to try to help them get out of that. I'm just here taking random classes, but I don't know why I'm doing it. To where if you're talking to them about the path that they're taking, it might help them see a little better where they're going and how, you can get a job today that will support your girlfriend, and maybe you can get married, but you're never going to be much, you make a lot at it, or you can stay on this pathway and it'll take you into this, which will be a better choice for you in that relationship. And I think, when you look at the decisions young men are making between, do I postpone some of these elements of my life, or do I step up and start doing them now? We face that in West Texas constantly. Every time oil prices drop and they reopen the oil fields, we lose about half the boys out of college because they go to the oil fields. And so, talking to them and convincing them that, postponing taking that $25,000 now so that you can get an education will pay off in the long run. And I think that's where pathways in community college might help them see that. Or at least see, use the money I make on the oil fields to come back to college,
Thank you for sharing that. And institutions that are building out these pathways are making it more transparent on their website so that easy access. So another statistic about males is that they are less help-seeking, and so making that more available to them, but also putting, if you take these courses, you can get this degree, but also here are the jobs you can get and how much money you'll make in your first years in those jobs. So helping make those decisions. Thank you for adding that.
Are there ongoing efforts to enroll additional community colleges in the Pathways program?
Yes.
And what are those?
So by having these cadres 2, 3, and 4, and reeling them in. So I'm right now in full-on recruitment mode to make sure all the community colleges are coming to this institute and get started. And once they're in 2, 3, and 4, there's natural pathways to Cadre 1 type work for them.
Okay. I wonder because probably one of our biggest feeders would be the Coastal Bend.
Yes.
And I
They're
didn't
not
see
on
their
there
name,
yet.
So they're not there.
Not yet.
No.
You're
And is
welcome to
there
help
is
join
there
the
something
recruitment team.
Well, that's what I was saying. Is there something
Please.
that we at Kingsville could do to help?
Absolutely.
Right, encourage them.
Absolutely.
Let's
Thank
talk
you.
about that, yeah.
Okay.
But my question wasn't completely, are there differences in the pathways that boys and girls seek in your experiences?
So if I'm understanding your question correctly, are there going to be a boys' pathways and a girls' pathways? No.
So you don't see the differences? So when they get to college, why is it that as they go up in the grade levels in college, you start to see a lot of attrition? Is that knowable, or is that something that you guys could focus on and anticipate that would help universities reduce the amount of attrition?
Sure.
And
I think that we're getting to it a little bit in the previous answer about the way we could change the way we're advising. So maybe we were advising in more of a girl way, that girls access that kind of help better than boys have in the past. And so we're changing advising practices, but we're not just changing them for the boys, right? So we're changing them to be better for everyone. Another way that we're pushing colleges to consider what they should be doing differently. So not just advising, but anything that they might be able to do to help improve outcomes of whatever student population that they haven't been serving well, is by always having data in the mix, right? So we're big proponents of data first and using data to drive decisions, and that data needs to be disaggregated by certain populations within your student body. And so always having that in the mix of the conversations about action planning and turning it back to challenge the institutions to do something for those particular individuals. Yes, ma'am.
Can you give us a list of every school in our region, community college or university? Have you got those identified, so maybe who we need to partner with first as a priority?
Sure, I'm sure the coordinating board even has a list. So every community college and university in each region, is that what you're talking about? Sure. Sure, we could do that.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Probably have it somewhere, but.
I think to address Reginald's question, I think a lot of that will end up being done individually at the institutions, because the pathways are challenging the institutions to be innovative to create these pathways. So I think the institutions, as they recognize that disparity, they'll implement something. If it works, then they'll be coming back to an institute to present their success with it, which will then go to other pathway schools and so on. And that way it can, the best practices would spread. Just as, somebody identifies some other initiative for a different population and it helps, then it'll go back the other direction.
My broader question, Brad, is do universities surmise that that's a pretty big threat to the strategic goals for the state of Texas? If it's not remedied pretty quickly, it could be a very profound problem.
And I agree with you.
That most institutions are working on it seriously, or is it out of sight, out of mind?
I agree with that. I think most institutions probably recognize that's the statistic. I'm not sure how many institutions have taken it, towards the future of 2030.
One more thing might help, Reginald, is we have so many that do level 1 certificates and 2-year programs. A lot of our universities, SFA, UT Tyler, Texas A&M Commerce, they are now looking at those AAS programs and trying to get BAAS programs partnered with them. So in the future, that may be a big one for the 60 by 30. I know it's just a post-secondary credential is what we're measuring, but from that to baccalaureate, I know we have done a lot to try to get those in terminal degrees to then go and work and get the last 2 years and finish some reverse with even the core curriculum. Most of those AASs aren't core complete. So they will see, oh, I can take another 6-9 hours here. Financially, it's time and money, really what it is. So that I know my universities in my area are really trying to build those better. I don't know if any but other universities are trying to build those BAAS.
We're doing the same thing. And again, our two largest programs are process operating and instrumentation. And they're 90% males, and we're encouraging all of those students to transfer to LU for their Bachelor of Science in Industrial Technology.
Now, to answer Dr. Farrell's question of, original question on UEAC, on that one, I would say yes on both accounts. I do think that there would be it would be fruitful on both ends, for UEAC to hear presentations from schools that are implementing it or follow up from you as well on what has happened at these institutes. Because discussion that comes up here at UEAC can also, could be helpful. We're not a school in itself, but, we could be that honorary cadre in there, giving you some input from a variety of regions as well.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
I think one reason why universities, community colleges, let's say, might not be taking this terribly seriously is that I'm looking at a report now that shows a 7% difference between men and women in 2000 and 2001 and 2002, and it goes up to 2011, and it's still a 7% difference. It hasn't grown.
Mm-hmm.
And so that, I think lots of college heads of colleges are going to say, well, this is not an increasing problem, so where do we put resources?
Well, it depends on where you get your facts. I looked up the Center for Educational Statistics, which is a division of the U.S. Department of Education, and they have a website called Fast Facts, and when you read their Fast Facts, it has Excel files on every cross-tabulation that you can think of, gender, by degree completion, compared 1990 to 2000, 2000 to 2010, and the data is available. And if you look at by major and the disparities between genders, you'll see that some males cluster to some and some females cluster to other. But what you'll see is that across the board in the United States, the vast majority of enrollment is becoming pretty much 60-40 in terms of male to female ratios.
Right.
And it's not correcting itself.
I hear you. My dad is only about Texas.
Yeah.
And it comes from one of the board's reports that I'm just accessed.
Mm-hmm.
So in Texas, it's been 7% since 2000. Across the country, I recognize what you're saying.
In terms of community colleges, but I'm saying four-year institutions in Texas at four-year institutions and higher, the disparity is only 77%.
7%, this one is on community colleges, but before that, I looked at one on just in college going in general. It was the same 7%.
Yes, but my question was, as a articulation agreement or as a pipeline through the community colleges to the four-year institutions or higher, according to the Carnegie Foundation classifications of institutions, those institutions are beginning to see a disproportionate number of female to males to the point where the imbalance may not be something that is correctable if the remedies is not happening right now, maybe something that can't be fixed later.
Gotcha.
So that's my point.
Yeah. I think it's an important issue that we need to be looking at in the future. And I was going to ask Reinhold, how difficult would it be that for a future meeting, would it be terribly difficult for the coordinating board to go historically over the last, let's say, 10 years, 10-year data, and give us a breakdown of by gender, of enrollment, and then also graduation? Because if that were provided, then even, it's just, the Hawthorne effect, once it's viewed, then it becomes more important. So if the coordinating board brings this out and we can have just a fact sheet, even that in and of itself, when it's provided to universities, can say, hey, it's being looked at, and maybe we should be looking at it more closely as well. Because I think this is an issue that's beyond pathways as well.
Right. We have the accountability system. The data is there, and I will ask if we already have some ready-to-use data. That may well be. I'm not sure, but we can look into that.
That would be helpful for a future meeting. Any other questions or comments for Dr. Farrell? Well, thank you very much, and good luck at your next, your next meeting.
Thank you for having me. Appreciate it.
Well, we'll move on to our next agenda item, which is a discussion of designing Texas undergraduate education in the 21st century. This is a document that was initially developed in 2009, but I think that Reinhold is interested in exploring with the group how it may overlay with the newer 60 by 30 initiatives, and if there is a role that UEAC has to play in looking forward from these documents. And so, Reinhold, I'll turn it over to you.
Yes. Yes, so we had this idea at the previous meeting to look at this old document because it was written under the Closing the Gaps and looking over what we might think about. Look at it and see if some of those ideas translate into 60 by 30 texts. And I gave you all the link to it, and in the materials I put in a little summary again what 60 by 30 text plan is with its 4 goals, and 3 of them are really, the first one is overarching for the whole state, and 3 goals are specific to the higher education you do. So I reprinted the summary list of that document with various recommendations, and you see they're grouped by closing the gaps. Then I was brainstorming a little bit what kind of activities there are right now we do which might fit into this, and it's not necessarily a close fit, because many of these recommendations have several strategies with them, and so it may address one strategy out of several in this document. And also, by no means this is complete. It's, as I said, it's my brainstorming effort, and when we saw Cynthia's slide with all the activities, there are many more which probably fit in here. But I just wanted to start somehow that process of looking at it. And I don't know where it will lead us, or if it will lead us somewhere today, or if we can look at us back when we are at home and go forward with another time. So I put these initiatives there, and I'll also put then where I could a couple of resources on the page following it. So if you're interested in something and you're not familiar with it, you could go there. One thing sprang out to me when I first read this earlier this summer, that the issue of 1C advising programs. And that, of course, it came up today again several times when we talked about core curriculum. Advising is intricately connected to the core curriculum and the pathways, because it doesn't work without it. And it's not an easy task, and it spans different levels from high school to community college and on, and many years, and it involves different techniques and different generations of thinking. Just looking at students can be approached that they respond. It's not an easy task, because that's changing all the time. So I was talking to that, and I happened to talk to Dr. Tracy Armstrong, who's doing a project on advising right now at the, and she's the director of innovation here at the Corning Board. So I invited her to come and speak to us maybe for a couple of minutes what she's doing, and maybe get some feedback to the benefit of her project from you. And maybe that's something we may want to take up to look up more closely, or maybe just have reported on again later on what comes out of this project. So if you would like to come. Oh, her name tag is lost. It was somewhere.
And you're not Cynthia, and I'm not Cynthia. All right, hi, I'm Dr. Tracy Armstrong, and as Dr. Cornelius said, I'm the Director of Innovation, which is a pretty hefty title. My kids say, "What do you do, Mom? Innovate?" They like to joke with me. And I've put some thought into what does innovation mean. When I was first hired, I've only been with the coordinating board for just over 2 months now. When I was first hired, I reflected on what does innovation mean, and I recently just ordered a book by David Burkus, because his philosophy of creativity and innovation sort of captures what I believe it is. It's not necessarily coming up with new ideas. That's part of it, and with technology today that's ever-changing, you can always find something exciting and new to latch onto. But it's also looking at existing approaches and how we can sort of retool them and reapply them and use them differently, in a different light, to guide us toward our goal, which is student success and achievement. So I have 4. When I came in, I was hired, and they said, listen, we're going to let you pick the areas that excite you and that you want to focus on and you feel could contribute greatly to student success. So I picked 4 things. One of them is financial literacy. I'm doing a financial literacy environmental scan right now, externally, nationally, and within Texas to see what's going on. That report's due next week. Another one is open educational resources, OER. I just hosted a talk with some individuals and brought in some speakers to deal with that. Another one, I'm working with the College Readiness Success Department, and it's called Student Ready Colleges. And it's sort of the Alamo image that Dr. Farrell put up there sort of reminded me of. We're trying to understand the holistic student experience. The emphasis has been on our students ready for college. We're flipping the perspective, saying our college is ready for the Gen Z students that are coming in. And what does that experience look like from a holistic, integrative experience from the beginning? We had some staff members come in yesterday and compare their student experiences. And finally, the last one, as Dr. Cornelius said, is looking at technology-mediated advising systems. And it was a good segue at the conversation. The guidance and the advising came up on multiple fronts. And one of you actually mentioned DegreeWorks. I heard that. Right now, there are many systems out there. Titan Partners did a study just recently. They identified 125 vendors, companies that actually are promoting some sort of technology-mediated or enabled advising systems. And over the last 3 years, that has been an increase from, there were only 25 3 years ago. So the technology is burgeoning because they realize that there is an impact on student success. How that technology is being used and how can we tap into it. What I've done, how I've approached it is I began to do a sort of an environmental scan just of Texas to figure out who's doing what. I turned to the internet, I turned to colleagues, and I'm happy to be here because there are people here that can tell me what you're doing at your institutions, whether you're using a technology-mediated advising system or not, whether you're considering it, and if you are using it, what kind of impact are you seeing on the advising systems. I visited UTSA about 3 weeks ago. They're using quite a large, they're using a combination, and that's not unusual. Many institutions, academic institutions, are finding that there's not the perfect solution yet. So they sort of cobbled together multiple systems with the intent of saying, okay, what can we do to get our students from recruitment to graduation? But the ones that I've seen, I was at Austin Community College 2 weeks ago and looked at their systems. They're using two as well, and very effectively. I had a chance to sit in at UTSA on the training for the advisors and understand, the significant change that their experience of how they're going to deliver advising throughout UTSA. What I've seen is that it has potentially a great impact on the student experience. Now, how many people do have some kind of degree auditing or degree mapping system? So 1, 2, oh, wow. So you are familiar. I want to talk to all of you. I really do. I'm very excited about what I've seen. I think from my perspective, it's that sharing of knowledge. My research, I didn't give you a little bit about myself. I'm a former middle high school teacher, was an assistant principal in charge of discipline. That's when I decided to go back to grad school. I did my PhD at University of Virginia, and I'm originally from Canada. I worked as a faculty member at the University of Calgary. I was the distance learning teaching program director at George Washington University, and then my last faculty appointment was an adjunct at Vanderbilt before my husband brought me to Texas. But I'm delighted to be here. I'm delighted to be in this role, too. So please, I brought some business cards, and Dr. Cornelius can give you my contact information. There are a few questions, and it's basically what kind of system are you using? Which vendors did you consider? And why did you choose the one that you did? Which vendors are you potentially considering at this point if you haven't signed on with one? And what impact are you seeing, or do you have any kind of research that's being conducted to look at how it's impacting student graduation and student success? Those are my primary concerns. And how can I help facilitate the conversation? Innovation for me is about the power of we, not the power of me, but the power of we, meaning that the more information and knowledge that we can transfer, the better we can contribute to the success of our students, and that's the ultimate goal. Okay. Do you have any questions for me, or?
So we were talking about this, and I think what we don't want to do a full, survey of everybody in the States. That's not the purpose. But we were thinking that you or your colleagues may be interested in this as well. And so if I send you an email with those questions and you have that interest or your colleague has the interest, you can email me back with input for that, and I relay it, and Tracy probably can use it in her research. And so that may be a good way to get some informal input. And you could help us out with that.
I think it's sort of guiding the institutions that haven't had a chance. Cynthia talked about the haves and the have-nots. So how do we guide that conversation to assist the people that perhaps don't have the financial ability to purchase the system right now? There are in-house developed systems. There's one from Arizona State University. They have an in-house developed system and it draws on that connection of the high school. 2 years ago, they were looking at including the high school in the mentoring system so that the transcripts and the pathways are built in there, so when the students come, they already have the knowledge. And I thought, what a great tool if that's what advising systems can guide us and assist us, so that there's not that lack of knowledge. It's pretty exciting. There's a financial tool piece to it. At ACC, they sat down and they said, okay, hypothetically, here's a student comes in to us and says, I'd like to switch majors. So this system with predictive analytics and analytics will create a little circle saying, okay, here, This is how far you have completed. This is what you would have to do if you chose a different major, and this is how much money it's going to cost. And at UTSA, they're looking at, right now it's career advising, academic advising. They're looking at bringing faculty will have access into the, and there's FERPA issues, of course, that they're dealing with. How do you bring that in? And then also financial advising. How do you bring that piece in at what point? And if we can blend that all together and make the student experience a holistic and integrative approach, just think of the advisors that I've spoken with are tremendously happy. Initially, there's always change. My research has looked at organizational change, learning, and there's always a hesitancy when you introduce something new. But when they come out at the other side, my sense is that there's an overwhelming sense of happiness and relief, that they've opened up a lot of time. Students have, and I'll just briefly say, students on the early alert system, so if you have a student at risk, if you have a student who came in with 45 or 60 credits, this will tell you exactly the plan for moving forward in going toward a degree and what you do to get there. If you have a student who's at risk in whatever capacity, an early alert system will go on, and the advisor knows in advance and reaches out to the student to bring the student in, and it goes to those, the students that don't go to the advisors or they don't have access. So there's a much more reciprocal arrangement, that it's not just students signing up. Advisors can reach out when they feel that there's a need. You were going to ask a question?
You kind of answered it, but I was going to ask, when students flunk courses,
Pardon me?
when they flunk courses that are required courses, but they've already pre-registered for the following semester, is the system equipped to handle that, or is a form letter generated and sent to the students?
No, there will be an alert system that would come up and identify that student. And also the other one that, and I forget who brought up the issue, they have the ability for registration. Somebody talked about these courses that are not filled and the student has to wait another year to get in. With the registration, these systems will set up and they'll know exactly that this course is full, this section is full. We need to hire someone else or bring another staff member in to fill the ability to create another class even before the first day of school starts. That's how smart the systems are. So it's going to help a lot. You have any questions for me? All right. Thank you, Dr. Cornelius, and thank you for
As you look at the materials that are provided, there's a summary sheet in your agenda packet that outlines, on one side, it's really just kind of a graphic about the 4 goals of the 60 by 30 Texas plan. On the back, there's a little bit more information. And then, Ronald, am I correct that the 1A through 1F, 2A through 2F on the second sheet are specific action items that were identified in the 2009 document?
Right. There were recommendations of, so these are recommendations for improving undergraduate education. And if you looked through the full document, each of the recommendation had a description and a set of strategies with it. And so the idea was to look at that. And the UAR created this document, and then it really took as the main point the core curriculum and started working on that. So that's how far back the initiative for the TCC goes. But the idea was, is there something else we may be looking at as this committee to give some input. And so that's what we want to do here. And therefore I picked, looking through this list, since we have somebody working on advising this point of advising. But there may be something else which sprang to your attention when you looked through this.
So I guess let me put a question to the group. As you look through the recommendations on the second sheet, are there things that you believe are applicable to the goals that have been established for the 60 by 30 Texas initiative? If so, what? And are there things that you think we perhaps should be exploring that are not listed in some of these recommendations? I'll say, for example, I don't see, there's some information in here. Item 1D is student success. And I wonder if that is something that we need to take a look at, extending to 60 by 30, especially as it might relate to some populations that are not being as successful as others. Reginald has brought up the issue with young men not necessarily finding the same completion rates that we're seeing with young women. And are there other populations where we know that success is not where we think it ought to be, particularly if we are to meet the goals of 60 by 30? And if so, do we need to look at those populations? Do we need to talk about various success strategies, intrusive advising, other types of things that might support those populations?
Right, and in the same vein, 1E looks at data to look at multiple intentions, or we could maybe say non-intentions if we have a drop-off of male. So that may fit well with this idea to use the data we have. I mean, we have a great accountability system and look at that. So you asked me to look into what kind of data we may have, and I will be reporting on that. Which data, which we can use for that.
I recall, I'm sorry, who was going?
Esther, and then Richard, and then Reginald.
Well, I was going to say, looking over this, I'm seeing the same sort of thing that we noticed in a lot of what we were doing with some of our Title V grants and stuff like that. That so many of them were really heavily focused on college readiness and getting the students to their first year, and then the students were just kind of getting dropped. And so where we were losing them was during that second year, because there were a lot of services for students in the first year, but very little services for students in the second year. And also there were a lot of services for students that we identified at risk, but not much just for the average 18-year-old, which I would almost make an argument the average 18-year-old is at risk because they're 18. And so we've got, and actually, listening to Reginald, I think that's been one of the issues too, is you consider that I have a lot of the boys that come in that are white boys, white males, and there is virtually nothing that a white male qualifies for in terms of special programming to help them or anything like that. Now, minority males, there's some, but when you're looking, there was a lot of programming to keep girls in college and get girls engaged. There's been a lot of programming aiming at minorities, to get minorities involved. And, maybe that it's time we equalize and say, okay, let's quit segmenting them that way and say, what do we do to add programming so that we've got them past the first year, but how do we continue those services on into further years and include all of our students, not just these little pockets of students that we're focusing on. You know, if we want to reach 60%, we've got to broaden our range. That's just a thought.
Yeah, I think we also see it in subjects. I know we'll get Richard here. In subjects, the same thing. You know, we have a lot of focus in intrusive advising or support systems for STEM, but then liberal arts, especially in the border area where we have second language interference, we don't have as many resources on that because we've been focusing on STEM. And yet, it's still going to delay them from graduating. So.
I just wanted to speak a little bit about marketable skills, because I think many colleges have no idea what marketable skills are being taught in various courses, and students often don't know what marketable skills they're learning. So I'm a psychologist, and some years ago, Jeb Bush, when he was governor of Florida, said there are way too many psychology majors, they'll never get jobs. People should study something else. I think that's almost a direct quote. And the point was that when you get a psychology major, right, you may not get a job that says psychologist, but you can get pretty decent jobs with the skills that we teach. So quantitative literacy and interpretation of data, and the ability to write a scientific kind of writing. There's a wide range of marketable skills, but we don't tell students how marketable those skills are. You know, they just think, well, I'm a psychologist now. And so I think we really ought to spend some time thinking about things that have not, you know, obviously there are disciplines in which it's obvious that you have a marketable skill. But I think there are others in which the curriculum is covert and not obvious. And we ought to be able to sort of encourage colleges to look at those opportunities to get that out there. So I think we get, and if that was clear to students, I think some of them, in terms of 60-30, are going to persevere. Because knowing that they're going to have those kinds of skills is important to them as well in that perseverance. I'll get off my pulpit.
I made a note. Reginald, you had a comment.
Yes, I was looking up on my phone, the Hobby Center for the Study of Texas over at Rice University, a guy named Steve Murdoch, and I think he wrote a book called The Texas Challenge, The American Challenge, or vice versa. I don't remember, but I saw a PBS special, and he's predicting that the Texas population of Hispanic, non-white is going to be pretty large in Texas by 2050. So I think we should segment the data, and I think that we should really look into the trends. And there's been a lot of funding for women and minorities, but you're absolutely right. Now we need to kind of do a little bit of a correction. We still need about 51% female, but it's going to be a lot of lonely females if it drops to about 30% male, 70% female. So we need to get a little bit more males back into the, and I teach at a school where we have a lot of young men who are very, 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 very deficient, and it is hard work, but it is worthwhile work. And I think that's something that we should focus on, is to try and get, because if male to female is 50-50 by 2030, we're probably going to count on about 225,000 of the 550,000 being female, but are they able to get another 115,000, you know, to offset the deficiency in the male group, where they don't comprise the 225,000. Yeah. So I think that's something we could do.
Let's see, Janet and then Richard.
Esther, I just wanted to say to you that we are dealing with that, about the promise that you make to the first years. We're going to take care of you. We tell the parents at Parent Day, we'll take care of your child. We've got their best interest at heart. And then about the sophomore year, who are you? Where'd you come from? So we've tied it back to our strategic planning, and it's part of our branding that the promise lasts the whole time that you're with us. So it's not that we're going to drop you off at that first year, which unfortunately does happen, but we're also looking at that junior who might be on probation to get to that senior year, and we're looking also at that non-traditional student. How do we get that mother that works as a para, who wants to go to school at night, who's an online student? So how do we bring them into, quote, our branding promise? That's what we're trying. That's our attempt.
That's I said, we're doing that too through the latest Title V grant we applied for addressed the upper, but I said it, you know, in looking over this list here, that was what was missing off the list, that I think getting to the 30/60, it's going to be critical that more of us do that, recognizing that having gotten them through the hurdle of the first year is just the beginning, that, you know, we have an obligation to them. And I think that also would address a lot of what you're dealing with in terms of the guys dropping out, that if they feel like somebody's watching them, they're more likely to stay. You know, just.
Yeah, our latest strategic plan looked at the same thing. What do we do after that freshman year? In psychology, 76% of our new doctorates, women, 76%. So it's an even greater. There was one other thing I forgot to say, and that is in terms of a practical suggestion, we're looking at creating an experiential learning transcript. This is something that was pioneered at Elon College sometime years ago. Stanford does it, IUP-UI does it. And what this does is for some of those high-impact practices, like study abroad or service learning or undergraduate research, there's this transcript that sort of lays out those kinds of activities, what the learning outcomes were, how much time the students spent at that. All right, and in that sense, that gets at the marketable skills. So if I'm an employer, I'm more interested that you actually had an internship at a mental health institution rather than you passed a class about mental health. And so those kinds of transcripts would be a way of really sort of handling that kind of an issue.
So how can this committee facilitate that discussion? What can we do for that? How can this committee facilitate this discussion or help out with that? What can we do here?
Well, is it possible to do like we do at our academic conferences? Like you do a little literature review on something and you put together a little presentation and then you like present it in a session or a workshop or a panel discussion, and maybe a full day of one of the scheduled meetings could be committed to one particular topic. And maybe rather than having such a formalized meeting, maybe you could work it as a conference on a particular topic. I don't know if that's off the cuff or anything like that, but maybe some time in a meeting could be dedicated to that. Just a suggestion.
Or even a white paper that looked at, here are some optional things that you might consider doing that would address these goals. We could put out materials like that, even if we didn't have time for the meeting.
Because in regards to marketable skills, like Richard mentioned, I was an anthropology undergrad, so very similar to psychology, except that psychology, people know what psychologists do. People with anthropologists, like, why? You know, but of course, the professors we had knew that going in, and the school didn't force us, but the professors who were leading the department said, we need to create a document that all our students understand that when they graduate, they're not going to be able to see a help wanted says, I need an anthropologist for, you know. And so all of us had this thing, and they gave it to us every single semester that actually gave all the different skills that we should have by the end, which included, you know, statistical interpretation, it included, you know, innovation, it included multicultural perspectives, it included, you know, global communication, you know, relations, such and those, and also management. So of course, when we graduated, quite a few of us actually went into management, and so I went into management and business for almost 15 years, and many of my classmates did the same thing. But it wouldn't have been, we wouldn't have done that if we had not gotten that as students. We would have been looking for, where's the next archaeological dig, or where's the, you know, where can I go? But that was done by them, and I think that was according to what Dr. Peebles had said a couple meetings ago when we were asking, what does marketable skills mean? I think that's what he was alluding to, that every single one of our majors has these skills. We need to identify them to be able to tell the students this is what you're getting, so that they can market themselves.
So maybe this committee could work on the guideline how to create such a thing, because obviously that has to be created for each pathway separately. But if we have ideas what should go into it and how should it look and how, like experimental learning transcripts, what that is, that concept, and things like that, that could be output which we could put together and recommend, because institutions across the state are now looking for how to do marketable skills, and that they actually have to do it, but maybe we can come up with some advice how to put it together.
I want to mention something. I'm sorry. There is, in the community college world, some certificates that are designated as marketable skills. So that may be two different things we're talking about, too.
Actually, we talked about that a year ago, and in July of this year, Dr. Peebles sent out a memo and to all the community colleges, somebody should have it at Tyler, where they have now changed the name. It's now, that marketable skill certificate is now called an occupational skill certificate, so that there isn't confusion within the term, because that was exactly what we had thought too.
I was just going to comment. One of the things that I have found very valuable about this group is just being able to hear about the things that you have going on at your institutions. And it is particularly valuable for me, coming from a four-year institution, to get the perspective of those of you who are at two-year institutions, because really we're kind of all going in the same direction, although sometimes you would think that we are on other planets. And so I think that just coming together to talk about some of these things, to share strategies that we're using on our own campus, really could provide at least the basis for, I don't know whether you'd call it guidance, but just helpful ideas or other types of materials for institutions that are not necessarily represented in the body. Julie?
A couple points. This idea of marketable skills is one of the major benefits of the Pathways work, and I'm at EPCC, so we're all over Pathways. But the instructional administration in the spring went through the Pathways and divvied them up, and it was a real eye-opener in terms of hidden prerequisites, in terms of assumptions of our students coming in that they're all going to be college ready, that they're all going to pass their courses the first time out. But that career readiness is what needs to get into the hands of students, and like Richard said, somebody that's getting an associate's in psychology isn't going to be a psychologist, but the Pathways explicates, here are the skills you're going to learn and acquire, and here are the variety of careers and educational opportunities that'll be open to you with a background in these psychology courses. Going back to the original question of how do we address some of these recommendations, I know we're not a funding board, but as everyone has pointed out, there are so many resources out there for first-year students, for incoming students. We need to advocate as a body and as individual institutions that it's not just getting them in the door. It's a lot more cost efficient, and it's just the right thing to do to support them throughout. So we need to think of ways to advocate for the returning student and to use our limited resources to serve those students, not just, oh, you're in the door, thanks, and maybe we'll see you later, maybe we won't. So shame on us if we're not doing that as a body and as a collective institutions.
I don't know how many were at the Marketable Skills Conference last spring. There were some things there said there that I found a little bit troublesome, and it's one of the reasons I think, yes, if this committee did start looking at marketable skills, I think it could be very valuable. My concern coming out of that conference was that marketable skills are going to be defined by the employers. And while obviously the employers, they're the ones who need the workers, they're the ones that need employees with the skills. As an educator, I want to make sure that my students have well-rounded skills, that they're not necessarily channeled into one particular kind of skill. And I know pathways are valuable that way, and I certainly commend the idea of a pathway. But I also think that it's important to maintain balance in marketable skills. Yes, students do need to be aware of the fact that the reading and the writing skills are marketable skills. Research skills are marketable skills. Speaking skills are marketable skills. These all go along with your engineering abilities, your medical, if you're going into medicine. And so if this committee does not take action and kind of turns this over to somebody or other to kind of define the direction that the marketable skills are going to go, then we're in effect turning it over to the marketplace, so to speak. And they've got a lot of power already. I think it would be valuable for us as a committee to kind of shape that as well.
To piggyback off what you're saying, I would use this scenario. Let's say a person who has a PhD in English literature and is a teacher of English who would like to make more money, and they sent their resume to me, and I'm Buzz Allen or Deloitte or a consulting firm. I would say, okay, how do I use this person's skills to make money, where the exploitation is a mutual benefit to both the teacher of English and to myself? Well, I would probably hire out he or she, his or her skills, to people who need the talent that a teacher of English would have. And that would probably be, more than likely, they would be a good grammarian. They would be a person who understands unity and coherence and emphasis. They would understand all the components of the total composition in terms of writing a composition and a complete work. And then what I would do is I would sell their skills out for about 4 times of what I'm paying them. So I would pay him or her $500 for a project, but I would build that project out for $2,000 to $2,500. And that's what I tell my students is when you get a job for $78,000 and a $10,000 signing bonus, you should be happy, but you know who's happier? Accenture, because Accenture is going to train you, and once they ramp you up to a particular skill set within 6 months to a year, they're going to bill you out at $120 to $200 per hour to whatever company that they send you to. So I think that marketable skills are the skills that employers can use to the mutual benefit of both the person and themselves.
In that same light, I remember reading an article in Fortune, or in Forbes years ago, a survey of Fortune 500 CEOs. What kind of skills do you want? What kind of people do you want? And it was liberal arts majors. And it was because writing skills, and we don't think of that as marketable. We think, well, that's what we do. We teach kids how to write, and yet, if we presented that a different way, it's an incredible skill. And so I'm with you, Ed. I think we're already doing a lot of marketable skills. We just don't call them those. But they are what employers are looking for. The ability to think outside the box, the ability to write well, the ability to speak well. That's what we do. Yeah.
I think the danger that we run into is as we focus on the other end of that of keeping down debt, keeping down time, getting them on a narrow pathway going through, that we begin narrowing so much the breadth of their, the core curriculum's now 42 hours to teach those 6 essential components when it used to be 54. And we have 120 hours when we used to have 130. And it's, unfortunately, part of the message we're telling our students is get the bare minimum of what you need for this degree. And we were talking about that before. Then you run into employers or employees who do the bare minimum of what they're supposed to do for the job. Yeah, they do the job, but they're not doing anything beyond. And you know, I worry sometimes that all our focus on channeling, that we're going to channel so thoroughly that we eliminate a lot of the benefit that you get from a broad liberal arts education.
It's a really good point. I come from, I've only been here for 2 years, so I came from Nebraska where it's a 60-hour core, and some of us thought that was not quite enough. But the point is, I think, because I really value the general studies program myself, but you learn a bunch of those skills in that. It's not just in your major, you know. I mean, obviously there are some programs, I mean, for example, our engineering program, pretty funneled. Right? But there are other programs that are not at all, and you're going to start that skill building right there in that core. And so, and again, I don't know that we actually sell that. I don't know that we sort of promote that, but it's there. We're doing it.
I heard some income statistics just, I think, yesterday, and it said a computer science major and a liberal arts major upon graduation, the computer science major is going to start out making more money than the liberal arts major when they graduate. But by the time you reach the end of their career, the liberal arts major will be making more money, have done more advancement, and over the course of their entire career will have made more than the computer science major, because the liberal arts major has greater flexibility and can adapt. And that's, you know, kind of what I'm talking about. When we become too channeled, we lose the flexibility.
Let me summarize some of the points. I've been trying to keep notes of some of the themes that I have heard. It seems like we have focused our discussions predominantly on the second goal of completion and on the third goal of marketable skills, but actually I think that if we really address these two, we also address the overarching goal of the 60%. And if we are successful at addressing completion, we will be making a big hit onto the student debt question. So my list under completion is to just take a look at success rates by various demographic categories to see whether there are patterns, whether there are particular areas that we might need to be looking at strategies to try to bolster student success and completion. That we really need to look at what type of support programming we provide in the second year and beyond. That we need to take a look at some of the great things we're doing for first-year students and see if there's not something we can extend into the curriculum. That we need to look at support programming, advising, and support programming as it may vary by discipline. And so the types of things that we might provide for a STEM major could be different from what you provide for a student who is pre-med or to a student who is in a more liberal arts-oriented field. Regarding marketable skills, as much as anything, I think that we all feel that we need to be the ones who start the definition process. And so by discipline, what are the types of marketable skills we are trying to provide to our students? And then once we've defined that, how do we document it in a way that's meaningful to people who are outside of the discipline, for students who are studying the discipline, for potential employers, for people who don't really understand what anthropology is? And then are there ways that we can share best practices in that regard? Are there ways and strategies to transcript experiential learning and the things that students do to extend their learning outside of the classroom? And are there things that we can do to help students make the most out of their core curriculum? And so as somebody who's coming from an engineering discipline, I can certainly say that personally, back in the dark ages when I was going through school, and I see it in our students all the time, why on earth do I have to take history? And so how do we make some of these broadening fields, the things that help students be more flexible as they go into the professional life, relevant to them while they are still students? What else needs to go on that list? It'll keep us talking for a while, that's for sure.
The only thing that I would mention is when I was looking at the list of recommendations from the 2009 report and comparing it to the goals, I found that the vast majority of them that kind of aligned, if we articulated those to each other, aligned to the second goal, and then they really didn't align very much to the others because, of course, it was aligned to a different plan. But completion, of course, takes care of overarching goal. Marketable skills, I think that would be, I don't want to say easy to achieve, but I think with guidance that'll be easier to achieve because that's a mark, that's something that's a little more objective than that. But the student debt goal is the one that by the we really didn't address it in the 2009 report very much, and I think that might be something that we explore or brainstorm of what are ways, because of course we are talking about financial advising, doing that type of stuff, and I think that will help quite a bit. But I know that even like with what we saw with the Texas Common Core, we're taking one of the finance courses off of the Texas Common Core, so we need to find other ways to bring in that financial discussion in there, and I think our collective minds might come with some good ideas.
Richard? Oh, no, okay. Never mind.
And you're a genius.
At least I was for the past 3 minutes. I can't promise anything for the future. Is there any more discussion, any more ideas that we want to toss out at this point in time with regard to the 30 by 60 Texas, or 60 by 30 Texas plan? And what this group might do to support that?
As a student representative, I'd just like to say, I think a big part of completing a degree is obviously starting. For me, I come from a small border town. I'm a first-generation college student, and what really helped me understand what college was really about and how to pursue a degree that I liked was all the people that came to recruit from colleges. My parents didn't go to college. I didn't really know people that went to universities. So the fact that I had all this knowledge coming in is truly what gave me that opportunity to learn about financial aid, about the programs and the scholarships for minorities such as myself. And I know that a lot of people who are minorities, African American and Hispanics, we don't have a lot of the information that in bigger cities like Dallas, etc., might get. So definitely this could be something to address, how to target high school students starting young so that they can work towards that, because my mentors and people who gave me ideas for college and information is truly why I'm here today studying. So that's just a point I wanted to make.
Yeah, so you're saying really if we talk marketable skills and how to put this together for the graduate to go out and get a job, it's a different job than putting the same skills together for a high school student to get excited to go into that pathway for that job. So when we think about marketable skills, the language we speak is probably also important, that we tailor that in different ways. Even though we're talking about the same skills, it must be communicated in different ways. So that's a good thing to keep in mind.
That's a great idea. I added that to my list.
And just an addendum on that is that we do send people out to talk to colleges and to students, but that ignores parents, who play a large role in that process, particularly if they've never been to college. Why do you want to go? What can you get out of it? And so I'm with you in the sense of the language that we use is probably slightly different for the high school student, for the college student who's already in, and now maybe also for the parents in terms of explaining what this opportunity is all about to them.
To that, I'd like to add, yes, it took probably since my freshman year of high school for the whole recruiting process for me to understand it. And then I had to turn around and explain it to my parents because they didn't know. They were like, you're going to go to another place. You're going to live on your own. How is this possible? How are you going to get the money for it? So I went ahead and learned throughout my high school years and was able to explain to my parents about it because it is a little intimidated when nobody in your family has attended and this is your kid you're sending out, not just a stranger. So it's definitely important to focus on this. I think it's something that will make a huge impact in the 60 by 30 plan.
I think you're right. Any other ideas? Did we just do item 8?
I think we have moved into item 8, so we don't really have to talk. Consideration of future work, I think that's what we have been discussing. Before getting to the meeting dates, I do want to thank our student representative, Sonia Flores. Thank you very much.
Thank you for having me. I feel honored.
You know, it really is great to have a student perspective and for you to take your time off of studying and hard work and everything to be here. So we really do appreciate it.
And traveling here, it's not an easy feat to travel across. It's time and, it's...
So thank you very much. Now, as of last meeting, now we do have the meeting dates scheduled for a year in advance so that we can already plan our schedules that way and know. They are held on the third Friday in April and September, barring, any unforeseen circumstances. Our next meeting will be on the 21st of April of next year. Yeah, and before we forget, as Reinhold always reminds us, we do need to send him or email him what our UEAC meeting costs because he has to present that up.
Can we give it to him now if you know what it is?
I'm sure you could.
It's on
Sure,
the back, you got a blank. Can we just
Yes, you can do it in any form or fashion. Email is probably for most of the easiest, but if you want to give it to me now, I really need only 3 numbers. It's fairly straightforward. We add it up, and that's what we put into a form for the. As you know, every June cause meeting, one of our co-chairs will talk to the board what we did that year, and part of that is a little financial overview. They want to know how much the effort costs, if it is worthwhile. So if we have great outcomes, and then we can have great costs, and it will be fine. Now, it's a statute that they want to summarize because there are many committees across all agencies. So it's a good idea to look at that, but after a while we know statistically what the outcome is. But for now, we just collect it and see how it goes. So I appreciate if you send it to me or give it to me.
No.
It doesn't matter. It's just the cost. I mean, who pays for it is not asked. And we also have to estimate that for staff, by the way. So it's that gets actually more complicated. But because there are many staff involved, which are not even here. So, but for you, it's really travel and time, basically, and a little bit other direct cost.
I have a question. I'm just going to say it. So since the coordinating board is not paying our costs, what is the value to them of knowing how much we had to pay to get here?
Well, I guess that they tell us to have this committee, and the state doesn't want to spend money frivolously. So it's just an accounting what the effort is.
Yeah. But indirectly, it's state funds. Indirectly, if it's coming into, whether it's, but I mean, it could be from your tax funds, it could be from tuition.
And it's the cost of effort, so I don't know if it is that important to, it's still money spent, even if it is your own. So, is it worthwhile to have this committee? That's how I see it.
Well, just based on today's meeting, I think it's worth the money, it's just a tiny bit of money. And mine comes from the provost's office budget, so she seems happy to spend it, so.
Okay. Okay. Well, now item number 9, ma'am?
Item number 9, are there any other items that the group has for discussion? I think that actually we have to stick to the published agenda, so we can't get too far afield here.
Unless it's future work.
Future work, yeah, Melinda?
I wanted to mention the Financial Literacy Advisory Committee will begin meeting next month. I'm actually going to be indirectly involved with that, so I will be happy to share and help facilitate their work and see what we can learn from them and what we can do as we move forward in that respect.
Is that being broadcast?
Yes.
So how can we get the link out or the date, and
I'll do all that. I'll send it forward, do that. I can send an email. I have an email sent with that information. I believe it's the first Tuesday of every month is what the plan is thus far.
Okay, so we'll inform you all on that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
All in favor, please stand up.